Ben? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. Happy Wednesday. Good morning, Mark Schlereth over there in the
hot box.
The hot box, the update studio.
Right.
How you doing over there?
I'm good. I'm excellent. Things are good over here.
Good.
I mean, they're warm, but they're good.
That's good. It's all right. You get a little sauna every morning.
Uh-huh.
Get the pores open.
Yes. Exactly right.
I love the devotion of some of our listeners, especially the early. We oftentimes talk about the 6 a.m. listeners.
Right.
Being the best of the bunch, right?
Yeah, man, there's no question.
And it's great when we get email or get text waiting for us before the show even starts.
Right.
So, like, for example, this one's from JP.
Uh-huh.
Mark and Mike, thank you for continuing day after day during this difficult period. It has and continues to make a difference. Now, while I appreciate the kind words from JP, I wonder if he's trying to suck up mainly to you because you kind of
blasted him yesterday.
You kind of blasted him yesterday.
Yeah, and then I had all his friends go after him. Remember, I did challenge his friends to go after him for what he said.
Yes, so yeah. I don't know. JP,
maybe
did you have a tough day? Or
maybe JP got a text message tongue lashing from his buddies. Was it JP the one that said that the Broncos are fast now?
Yes.
Chiefs
average team speed 4.45, Broncos 4.45.
Yeah.
No, JP, we kid because we love. No,
we kid because we care.
We appreciate you guys and gals so much for what you have done and continue to do for us and listen every single day, and we appreciate it. And please keep us on our toes. Keep coming after us. Keeps us sharp. Like, for example, another one was waiting for us in the old little inbox this morning from Rich. Came in at 5:17 this morning.
Oh, he's
chomping
at the bit.
Chomping at the bit, right?
Yeah.
So he was the one that went after you about Kubiak yesterday.
Uh-huh.
You know what Kubiak ever done without Peyton Manning? And he says, "Hey, Stink, your answer about Kubiak yesterday sounded like someone struggling with his soap lines. He was there eight years, and being such a talented offensive genius, don't you think he could have picked a quarterback? Didn't he pick all of those that you rambled off? Your answer was like sour skim milk. And I know you'll bring up what Zimmer said about Kubiak. And my answer would be, how many playoff games and Super Bowls has the Vikings won? Shut it, Skimmy." Wow.
Wow.
That guy woke up with
Rich,
talk about the wrong side of the bed.
Right. Well, that got stuck in Rich's craw, too, because, we made the comment that, hey, even without Tom Brady, the great Bill Belichick is, 10 games under 500 or so. I mean, I'm sorry, but hey, it's like JP talking about team speed. Well, our team speed is, you know what the difference is? Patrick Mahomes. You can have all the time. You can have all the team speed you want until you have the quarterback. What does it matter? It just, listen. And I know we're all excited about Drew Lock, and I'm excited about Drew Lock too. All right, we're all giddy about it. But boy, oh boy, man, they're talking about right now. The NFL is discussing. Well, what do we do? Do we go down to 2 preseason games? And I know all you guys are going, "Oh wow, 2 preseason games. That's great. That's going to be awesome, right?" Well, the NFL's having this discussion right now. So, is it the last 2 preseason games? Are you going to ask your veterans to play, into the third quarter now, and then not play at all in the second preseason game, which is a Friday? Remember, the third preseason game is on Friday or Saturday. The 4th preseason games are on Thursday. So you have a couple extra days to prepare for the regular season. So now you're going to have a shortened, condensed. Can you afford to play your veterans? How many of these guys are actually going to get any playing time at all? All these rookies and all these first-year and all these second-year guys that you're counting on to be this big offensive explosion with all this team speed, how many of those guys are actually going to get reps? You think about all the different issues. You can't get together with teams and practice, against the Niners or the Chicago Bears or, the things they've been doing lately. Like, how much of a disadvantage is that to a team that has a new offense with a new coordinator, a bunch of new players they're counting on, and now all of a sudden the NFL's discussing, like, contingency plans for a lack of preseason games? How does that help you? How does that hurt you?
You have no choice, but you have no choice to be one of those teams that, well, we don't have the continuity of the Chiefs or the Seahawks or whatever. So while those teams probably will preserve and rest and save their best players for the regular season, the Broncos have no choice, especially on the offensive side of the ball, to roll the dice and play their guys.
Here's what I would
during
like
preseason games or give them extra reps.
Here's what I would like.
No choice.
Here's what I'd like to, salty old, Rich over there that's just been eating curdled milk. And he at 5'17", obviously I'm stuck in his craw. I've rented space in his head.
Yeah, you live in his dome.
Right. He can't quit thinking about me. So here's what I would ask you to do, Rich.
He's not alone.
What?
Huh?
Go ahead and give me a list of championship level type coaches. Really, give me a list of coaches, and give me their records without quality starting quarterbacks, without really good starting quarterbacks. You tell me, you tell me what they did when they didn't have a Pro Bowl caliber starting quarterback or a franchise caliber starting quarterback.
But you understand, there are plenty of people who believe that when you talk about the great coach, great quarterback relationship, they believe it's the great coach. Walsh made Montana.
Mm-hmm.
Shanny made Elway, or at least got Elway over the hump.
Did Montana?
Brady made Belichick. Belichick made Brady.
Did Montana win in Kansas City with Shoddy?
He won. He had a winning record.
Oh, but he
didn't win.
But they did win, right?
They won more than they lost.
And they went to the playoffs, did they not? So, that's where I'm with you. Like, hey, man, you got to have – I understand the great coaches. Like, the one guy that blows me away with what he's done, and people just can't wait to fire him because he's such a bad GM, is Bill O'Brien. Think about how many playoff teams he's put together with the likes of T.J. Yates and the quarterbacks that he's been given, Fitzpatrick and T.J. Yates and, oh, Lord, there's a couple of guys that are so innocuous I can't even remember their names.
You mean like Case Keenum?
Yeah. So, I'm just telling you. I know that Rich,
that's right. He was there.
I know that Rich doesn't like Kubiak because everything that I've said about Kubiak has essentially been right. And that bothers Rich.
Okay, Rich, your chance to react. People are I like it. People are People are in their own hot boxes. They're kind of coming out of the gates. Out of the gates swinging this morning.
There's a lot of people that are stuck at home. I like it. I get it. My wife's out of town. I get it. Coming to work today.
But coming up, why your take on the Broncos has cost us when it comes to the fan golf match.
Oh, everybody. Oh, people are sucking up. I get it.
Details coming up next. So got a little tune-up golf action in yesterday. Prepping for the Big Fan Match Challenge presented by Michelob Ultra, benefiting Food Bank of the Rockies.
You were a little loose yesterday, huh? You got to tighten it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made sure that mountain golf, because, we're playing at High One up in Evergreen. Got a mountain golf feel, so I went out to Keystone, the river course. It was fantastic. Very challenging course, and it beat me up a little bit. So
well,
I need to be better, but that's okay. I was just out there to kind of get my reps.
Right. I'm just going to let you know that I'm not going to do anything to prepare.
You feel you're in a good spot right now?
Well, I haven't played since a tournament that I hosted in Michigan last year in early June. Was the last time I played golf. So, yeah, I feel like I'm in a great spot right now.
You're just going to rely on muscle memory.
Yeah, and not
which is sometimes good.
And not think. Like, not thinking.
Yeah, don't think. It only hurts the team.
Yeah, me thinking, that's the way you host the show. Like, I've proven that thinking is not it's not a strong suit.
I don't need Horton. Horton here's a who out on the golf course.
No, I'm gonna Phil Mickelson. I'm gonna hit bombs.
All right.
That's
show off the calves and hit bombs.
That's my plan. And I think it's a solid plan. Like, if I were to write a book, the title would be "I'm good at everything," and that would be and the golf is no exception.
Well, the Fan Match Challenge, you can donate on behalf of the show you want to win, with $1 equaling 4 meals for hungry families here in Colorado. The show that raises the most meals will receive 2 mulligans in the match. To donate now, head to 1043thefan.com/match, which leads to this text that we received from one of our listeners.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Had to donate to Zach and Stokley. Just feel like if I donated to your show, I'd only be enabling Stink on his constant crying about what the Broncos are doing wrong and never wants to talk about what the Broncos are doing right. Your pessimism, or as you would like to think, your realism, is costing us now. Okay? It was all fun and games until it now starting to hit us in the wallet.
Who is the texter on that, by the way? Who's the texter?
Let's see if this person ever puts his name. Paul.
Tall
Paul.
Come on, Paul. Come on, Paul. I mean, for real. You just want, sunshine blown up your skirt. It's not what I'm here for. Hey, listen, man, I have I not said that Jerry Jeudy is a great player and that's a great addition? Have I not said that? Did I not say that Jarrell Casey's a great addition? Did I not give you props and give the Broncos props for A.J. Boye? Have I not done all those things?
The only thing you don't, correct me if I'm wrong, the only thing you did not like about the offseason, the entire offseason,
right?
Free agency, trades, draft. You just wish they had taken a left tackle in either the first or second round.
Correct.
That's it.
I wish they would have addressed a position of need. And so one of the things that's interesting to me about this, Mike, is Dalton Reisner, the cooler, was a great pick last year and is a really good player. So let's say that instead of KJ Hamler, you took Ezra Cleveland, who was there, okay? And many people had him as a potential first-rounder. He fell into the second round. You could have taken him, okay? Now you would have had a legitimate competition for your left tackle who you have tried to replace on multiple occasions, but because of injuries, you haven't been able to replace him. You have said you were going to replace him. You have said you were going to use a rotation. You have said all these things. So basically, and you have said more than you could ever say by not picking up his fifth-year option. You don't want him. You don't. He leads the league in holding every year. So you have told us you've given us all this information. All of it. And then what did you do? You didn't address it. Now you have a right tackle that you spent more money on than anybody in the land, and he played 60 snaps last year. And he's got a history of being 100%er. If he doesn't feel right, he doesn't play. So you've got both of those problems. Now, in that, you also discovered that Elijah Wilkinson isn't truly a starting tackle in this league. He struggles there. He could start at guard, but he's not a starting tackle. And oh, by the way, he had ankle surgery in the offseason. And you still chose not to address the position. And next year, you're going to have both of those positions open for grabs. Now, here's the deal. Dalton Reisner, you did choose to draft a guard. Dalton Reisner, I believe, could easily go out to right tackle if you had. But now you don't have any option. You're stuck with what you've got.
Just a reminder of what's bothering Mark.
So,
can I answer your frustration?
It's hot. It's really hot in here, Mike. I'm so damn hot.
I know.
Milk was a bad choice.
Just be like, whew. You need to be like one of those, people in church. When you're it gets hot and you start waving the program to kind of keep yourself cool.
Let me just say this: this would be the perfect time to invent air-conditioned underpants because I'm almost full Batwing.
The nethers are
I'm almost full Batwing right now.
Nethers are warm.
I'm in the hot box here, and I'm almost full Batwing.
But
go ahead.
You miss what I think this organization's strategy is. They take it year to year. They are only in the here and now. What do we have to do for this year?
Right.
And this year, it is all about giving Drew Lock every opportunity to accelerate his development, microwave his development, and they feel that by putting more talent around him at the wide receiver, pass-catching position is more important, that they're fine for this year. Maybe not great, but they're fine for this year with the two tackles they have, and next year's next year. Next year's next year. I mean, they do not – I think a lot of people look at the draft as how can we find somebody to help us out this year, but more importantly, how do we restock for the future? They don't do that. That's not their idea. Their idea is how can we use the draft to help us for what our goal is this year? That was to get more weapons around Drew Lock to try to out Kansas City, the Chiefs.
Right.
And you know what? Next offseason, it'll probably be all right. We need one or two tackles.
Well, and
let's go do that.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm not missing that point. I'm just disagreeing with that point.
Why?
I'm disagreeing with that philosophy.
Why? Why is that a bad philosophy?
Well, because,
why not just take it year to year?
Because now you've had 3 years, you've had 4 years where you've missed the playoffs and you're the Denver Broncos, 3 years where you've been under 500 in a row. First time that's happened since the 70s. The 70s. You know who's popular in the 70s? Casey and the Sunshine Band. They were popular in the 70s, right? Shake, 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 da-da-da-da-da. Shake, 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 da-da-da-da. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Yeah. Huh. They were great. Love Casey and the Sunshine Band. Casey, if you're listening, give us a call.
I like boogie shoes.
Yeah. Put on my boogie shoes. Woo! And boogie with you. Yeah, that was a great one, too.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't won since they have lost 3 straight. And again, my thing is this. The worst thing you can do to yourself in life, and we've all done it, Mike, every one of us probably, is lie to yourself. Like Herb said, we've got this Father Mo's Best campaign going on. Like Poolside used to say to me, there's no right way to do something wrong. Take your clothes off. Stand in front of the mirror. If you look fat, you are fat. I mean, that's like the bottom line is this. You lied to yourself about the level of your roster. You blamed it on offensive coordinators and head coaches and different people, right? And you didn't address the issue. The issue was your roster wasn't very good.
Coming up next in the Morning Brew, some pictures came out yesterday that, let's just say it caused Mark to need some alone time. Details next.
What? Orange mocha frappuccino!
Damn, Jimmy. This some serious gourmet
Let's get it on!
It's not good on any front. I have no idea what Kyrie and Dwight are talking about, but it'll be a catastrophic mistake not to play.
Well, that's Charles Barkley. And after a little bit of groundswell, if you will, about the possibility of some NBA players deciding, nah, we're not going to play, it looks like it's going to happen. And the NBA laid out their 6-step return. And it's detailed, but it basically, Mark, it takes us well into, Phase 2, which starts June 23rd. We'll have players being tested every other day. Phase 3, which will be July 1st through the 11th. Players will begin mandatory individual workouts at team facilities. Phase 4, July 7th through the 11th, which includes teams' travel to Walt Disney World and the period afterwards when they will be quarantined. And July 9th through the 21st, which covers the team's practice times. And when do we actually get to games? Well, it looks like around Phase 5, July 22nd through 29. Teams will play 3 scrimmages against each other in the same hotel. Phase 6 covers the time teams will be playing in seeding and playoff games, which takes us to the beginning of August.
Are they playing those games? You said in the team hotel, like in the ballroom?
Yeah.
We've done walkthroughs in the ballroom. It's fun. You're in there like don't run into the stanchion pole or whatever. Like it's out. Yeah, that's great.
So is this just too much? Is the NBA and I guess the NHL will have similar protocols, but is this just too much, too complicated to try and salvage these seasons? Would it be better just to say, hey, it is what it is, shut it down, and let's just take a breath and come back strong for the next season?
How much of it is protocol to make sure that, in the world we live in, people don't attack you for not doing it the proper way and blah, blah, and how much of it is true concern, Mike, for the players' safety and health and wellness and all that, and how much of it is just making sure that we don't garner the ire of the Corona police?
Well, okay. Let's answer that then. If what I'm reading is correct, then you cannot say the NBA is not taking every precaution. It's a 100-page plan to return.
I'd like to call that a dossier.
That is a dossier.
A 100-page dossier.
That is deep, detailing how this thing is going to work out. So nobody should be, unless you're just fundamentally against the idea, just from jump, nobody can be against how detailed and how much the NBA is trying to cover every contingency. Next on the Morning Brew,
We got a Jackson 5!
So the Madden cover for 2021 will feature Lamar Jackson, who, by the way, also came out yesterday and said that he and the Ravens were guilty of underestimating the Tennessee Titans. And they got bounced from the playoffs.
Yes, they did.
How does a John Harbaugh coach team, how does Lamar Jackson, coming off a stinker of a playoff debut the year before, how do you take anybody for granted? The Titans had just gone up to Foxborough and ended Tom Brady's reign in New England.
I think you have so much confidence in what you're doing that maybe attention to detail is not good. That extra week doesn't help you either. And then if you start to think that you're something that you're not, let's face it, that team is based upon running the football, getting favorable half-field matchups in the run game. They do a phenomenal job of motion and from a stagnant formation, getting guys to the opposite side of the ball to where they get 5-on-4 or 6-on-4 matchups in the running game, and they eviscerate people. That's what you are. And understand that your passing game comes off of that stuff, and you're getting one-on-one matchups all over the football field. When you start to think that you're more than that, when you're a drop-back team, that's not what Lamar Jackson does. the multiple read drop back stuff is they're in trouble if they get into that. If they get behind and that's the way they have to catch up, they're in trouble, and they've proven it in the playoffs the last 2 years. Not saying he can't get better at that stuff. He can, but that's really not how they're built.
Next on the Morning Brew.
Win, 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 win. 16-0, man.
Well, it's the Raiders world, and we're all living in it, I guess. The 2021 Pro Bowl will be held in Las Vegas, the NFL announced yesterday. So, boy, they are looking for every opportunity to get NFL events in Las Vegas, and I'm not going to complain. This is great. As somebody who lives in Colorado, short flight over to Vegas, put as much as you want over there. Let's get an NBA team there. Let's get a baseball team there. It is just, it is the perfect place to go for like an ultimate sports weekend.
Do people?
I love it. It's better than having the Pro Bowl in Orlando.
Right. Do people realize that it's chilly it can be very chilly in Vegas in like February? You get chilly.
Really? That's your concern. That could be a little chilly.
No, I'm just saying that people, people are going to be in shorts and T-shirt thinking they're going to be like, they're going to have a nice, pool weekend. It can be chilly.
Hold on a second. Millennial Ben, can I get a little bit of efforty music here? Really quick.
One of the coldest baseball games I ever went to was in Vegas. It was 75 and beautiful sunshine. I was in shorts and a T-shirt. By the end of the game, it was snowing. Man, that sun dips, it's elevation, it's the desert. They always do that, the desert, in these desert movies, when you're lost in the desert. You got no water, and then it gets cold in the nighttime.
The average high in Las Vegas in January/February, which is what we're talking about.
Let me get it.
The average high.
Average high, let me say 68.
Actually, it's 60.
60, okay.
Average low is 40.
Yes, that's where it gets you, Mike. You're rolling around.
That desert cold?
Yeah, you're rolling around in like flip-flops and a light pair of shorts and maybe a tank top because you want to show off the fact that you just got your back waxed. And you're going to Vegas. You got your cleanly, freshly shorn back. You got your flippy flops on. And the next thing you know, it's 40. And there's shrinkage.
Next on the Morning Brew.
I'm going to be 43 years old this year. In my learning, I feel like I learn every day. I learn from people that are a lot younger than me. I learn from people that are a lot older than me.
Yes.
So be humble about that. Understand that you don't know anything. In fact, there's so little that we actually do know.
Wow. Some deep thoughts there from Tom Brady.
I'm just going to start calling him Jack Handy.
Deep thoughts.
By Jack Handy, yeah.
By Tom Brady. So
admit that you don't know anything.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers released the first photos of Brady in his new uniform.
Yes.
Now, was this a tie on the door moment for you yesterday?
I gotta tell you, that was I really. Let's just say dug into those pictures a little bit.
It looks weird. It looks weird. But, hey, I remember the first time when Peyton came out to play, the first time for the Broncos, it was like, wow, that looks weird. Cool. That looks cool.
Right.
But weird. I can get used to this, but it does look jarring at first.
I'll tell you what, they're selling jerseys.
Oh, they
are
are
selling jerseys, man. It's a good thing. It is weird. And, yeah, that is a tie on the doorknob moment, watching Brady unveil the Bucs uniform.
Yeah.
I just didn't know he was.
He had one picture
where
he's like kind of up at the line of scrimmage, holding his
fingers to the
temple. Like alert, alert, alert.
Yeah.
It's weird, but he looks good.
Oh, he's handsome. It doesn't matter what colors you put him in. Like, there's certain people that will shy away from a certain color. Like, that's not my color. It's not on my color chart. That cap. No. Everything.
You're saying he looks good in pewter?
Everything is on Brady's color chart. There's not one color ever made that's not on his color chart.
He's spring, he's fall, he's winter, he's summer.
You're more autumnal, you know?
Yeah.
You are autumnal. You're like the great pumpkin with that giant head. You got to keep yourself in browns and oranges.
Yeah.
Like
a lot of plaids.
Yeah, like just browning out, like the color of the banana skin when it starts to get brown. That's one of your colors.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's kind of a dirty yellow. Is a really good color on you.
Here's Mike Evans walking down the runway. You'll see him resplendent in bruised banana color.
A bruised banana suit.
That'll do it for the morning brew. Reaction. Evans, what the heck you talking about? You work for a sports talk radio show and you're saying you don't think sports should come back because it's too complicated? What? No, I have questions about whether or not it should come back because I have doubts about how much you, the sports fan out there, is really going to like it. I think that there is this feeling of, give me sports. I don't care what it looks like. Just give it to me because I haven't had it for so long. And I just think that all these hoops that the NBA and NHL is trying to jump through,
right?
I think when they start playing, the first couple days, it's going to be fine. You're going to be like, this is awesome. Look at the uniqueness of it. Look at how different this is. Wow, I can hear the players talking. I can hear the squeak of the sneakers. I can hear the slash of the skates. I can hear the rattle up against the boards, whatever. But I just think that after the novelty wears off, you're going to be left with, this isn't what I'm used to. And I think all it does is it really just sets up a situation where, let's say, take the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Unless they go win a championship. Mm-hmm. If they win the championship, then other cities, other fan groups will be saying, it's an asterisk. It's not real. It doesn't really count. And meanwhile, if you're a Nuggets or an Avalanche fan, you're like, hey, let's have a parade type thing, right? But if the Nuggets and Avalanche fall short,
built-in excuse.
Right. So I don't know, just how legit is it? How real is it?
I think it's real because everybody has to deal with it, one, and because.
But just because I know you've said that, and you've been consistent with that. But just because everybody needs to deal with it doesn't mean everybody is properly prepared for it.
Right.
As if they would coming in the normal flow of a season.
But again, that points to the maturation or the maturity of your ball club. Like that's part. Like to me, the most talented teams don't win championships all the time. Now maybe it's a little different in basketball or whatever, but it's the teams that understand the grind. You know, we talked about this, the top 10 competitors in NBA history, you know, with Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and blah, blah, blah. Like those are the guys that will their teams to championships when you have that kind of attitude. So there's a big mental part of returning. Here's my fear as a player, and I'll just take you into the mind of like what I would be thinking if I were playing this. Really, we got to jump through all these freaking hoops. Really, we got to take this play. Really, we got to be sequestered in this hotel for 3 days. Really, can we just play? Like that would be my thought process. Like I hated night games when I was playing in the NFL. Really, we got to hang around all day? I would rather kick off at 9 a.m., Mike. I've been up since 5 anyhow. Kick it off and let's roll. And so I think there's that aspect that you have to be able to understand from a maturation process as a player that this is bigger than you. This is about us returning, you know, and this is about our culture and the important role, whether you want to agree with that or not, that sports play in it. And so you guys are going to have to make a bunch of sacrifices that are honestly a pain in the butt. But you're doing it for the betterment of the country, whatever you want to place on that. And And sometimes,
But is that why they're doing it, though?
well, I think there's a lot of players, Mike, that would just as soon say, "Hey, you know what? See you guys in on Christmas Day." Right? You think this is easy to be sequestered in your homes, trying to get a workout in, trying to do whatever for the last however many months, and now all of a sudden we're going to get together? Guys want to play because guys want to play. They're playing all the time in the summer anyhow, right? They all get together and play in these, pick-up basketball leagues and everything. The guys play basketball. That's what basketball players do. Football players in the offseason don't play football. They lift and they run and they do all kinds of drill work, and that's what they do. Basketball is different. They train. They play basketball year-round. That's what they do. It's like baseball players. Outside of this country, like the American baseball player, they'll throw bullpens and they'll work in the cages or whatever, right? But you know what the South American guys do, the Venezuelans and the Dominican guys do? They get done with the major league season. You know what they do? They go to their country and they play baseball. That's what they do. They love that's what they do. And that's how they stay sharp, and that's how they train. So it's different. There's a difference from a cultural standpoint. So basketball players want to play basketball. I just don't know that they're really into playing the organized type of basketball after I've been off for 4 months.
And that's the thing. So the Nuggets season, I'll just use the Nuggets for example here. Their regular season would have ended April 14th. So let's say they don't make the playoffs. They would be off for about 5 months before they would start up again.
Mm-hmm.
That's if they don't make the playoffs. Now, you make the playoffs, all of a sudden you play first round, it takes a couple of weeks. You get into the second round, you're playing playoff hoops for about 3 weeks to a month, right?
Right.
And so now if you get bounced in the first or second round of the playoffs, you got about 4 months off before you play again. Well, Mark, under this return-to-play proposal for the NBA, they played their last game, the Nuggets did, on March 13th. They won't start up until the beginning of August. So
right.
That's what? April, May, June, July, 4.5 months. 4.5 months.
Right.
Before they'll play again. And so the reason why I ask, is this even worth it? You just laid out some of the reasons why the players might be like, really? I mean, do we want to jump through all these hoops? And in your attempt to somehow put a capper on this season, you're pushing back the start of the next season.
Right.
And we're just playing catch up. And I just wonder, sure, I want to get sports back, but I don't want to feel like it's so gimmicky. And all you're doing is you're just doing it to satisfy some TV contracts or satisfy some sponsorship commitments. If that's the only reason you're really doing it, and let's be candid here, the reason they are trying to come back are for those reasons.
Sure.
It's not because they're trying to do well by the rest of the country.
Right.
They're trying to finish off financial commitments
right.
and try to salvage as much
right.
money as they can.
Part of the equation is it's good for America. But that comes in paragraph C.
Yeah, that's right. Way down at the
bottom.
That's on page 99 of the 100-page manifesto.
The dossier. All those things are true. Here's, as a football guy, Mike, and we do primarily, a football show. I'm all for this return. I'm all for the 100-page dossier, as long as there are learning experiences for the NFL to expedite the NFL's return to dominance. So I am all for baseball and all for hockey and all for basketball being the guinea pigs. What's the German league that they were playing soccer? Duschmechnach.
That was Bundesliga.
Buntasheg. Buntashirt.
Isn't it Bundesliga?
Buntasheg. Yeah. Like whatever that league is. Bunchen. No, that's Brazilian.
That's Giselle.
Well, we were talking about Tom and Bundesliga.
Bundesliga.
Nailed it.
German Soccer League.
Yeah, they came back. The Bundesliga. It's a good name, by the way, the Bundesliga.
Yeah, well, if we're even pronouncing it correctly.
I don't know, but
Probably
could you
not.
imagine if you brought soda burgers to the Bundesliga?
Oh, my God.
Right? Would they not be all over that?
Standing room only. Good luck getting a table.
Germans love burgers, don't they?
And soda.
You could probably add on to the menu. You could probably put brats on there. It's soda burgers.
Stop talking.
Soda
like that now.
burgers and brats.
I've been up for a few hours. I'm now
Right.
hungry. Yeah. So that's my concern, and I just think that in our zest to get it back, I just wonder when it's back.
Well, what does it look like, right?
What's it look like, and how much do people really, really get into it? And are we bringing it back for the right reasons?
Well, I think once it's on, Mike, you're watching. Once it's on, I think you'll be even.
But
if,
will we hold? Are we going to hold? All right, we've been talking about the Nuggets and Avalanche. Are we going to hold them to the same kind of standards and expectations?
Yes,
that we would if things had been normal.
Absolutely.
Will we?
Absolutely.
Will we?
Well,
will we?
We will. Listen.
Well, when I say will we, everybody here, everybody who's
No,
invested
well,
in the team, everybody who claims to be invested in the teams, love the teams, root for the teams, passionate about the teams, or just follow the teams. Will we? The collective we. Will we really?
No. Well, we, being the 50 and over crowd, yes. But the crowd that truly follows the Avalanche, the 22 to 33-year-old crowd, no, they're not going to hold them responsible. If they lose, this is totally unfair, and Mom, meatloaf, that type of thing. So yeah, no, I fully don't expect that crowd. Young NBA fan, this is the greatest game that's ever. Like, I don't expect that crowd to hold them accountable, but that crowd doesn't hold themselves accountable.
That's true. Young Avalanche fan, young Nugget fan doesn't hold them accountable anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Under normal circumstances, they don't hold them accountable.
So
they just make excuses for them.
Right.
Or they just kick the can down the road.
Yeah, like
the future's 5 years from now.
All right. Now Rockies fans going to hold them accountable because the average age of baseball fan is 67 or something.
Yep.
Something like that. So they'll be held accountable. But yeah, Nuggets and Avs. I'm starting to get a real trend here that. There's a lot of Bronco fans that don't hold them accountable. Is that just a younger generation of fantasy football players?
Well, no. I put Bronco fans in a different category, which is it's always been kind of interesting to me because I assume that Bronco fans also are Avalanche and or Nugget fans and or Rocky fans, but Bronco fans, they do not hesitate to go after the Broncos, whether it's to go after the coach or to go after the quarterback or to go after the play caller or to go after Elway. There is much more accountability demanded from Bronco fans.
Is that because
than there is from the fans of the other teams, which is interesting because Bronco fan is fans of the other team.
Right. Well, that's because there's a different standard, right? There's a different standard of what success is. The Broncos have established a championship success, like championship or bust. And so do the fans hold them more accountable because of the way that they have been as an organization under Pat Bowlen? Whereas, youth movements and everything else have been, part of the other sports kind of mantras.
I like this text. So, Mark, sounds like you and George Karl must be big baseball fans.
Touche, you hot snot.
Well done. Well done. Okay.
Touche.
Coming up next. Yesterday, I spent the day with a Chiefs fan.
Oh.
What is
Ooh.
Chiefs fans saying these days? You'll hear it next. So we got the big fan golf match coming up next Wednesday at Highwan Golf Club in Evergreen, presented by Michelob Ultra, benefiting Food Bank of the Rockies. Did I hear correctly that the afternoon show, mainly, DMac, was crying because we supposedly have an unfair advantage when it comes to the donations that people are giving? What unfair advantage do we have? We have the same show that everybody else has.
Well, not the
same show, but
well, I mean, I would say that
time spent on air. How about
right?
that?
I would say that one, people want to back a winner, right?
Right.
That sounds like us. What else?
I think that's really just enough.
Yeah.
People like winners.
Yeah, you don't have to.
They want to be affiliated with winners.
Right. It's a great point. And they figure, after the initial jackassery of people voting for Zach and Stokley, they realized that Stokley, come on, what is Stokley apart from Peyton? What is he? I think you had this vision of Stoke, in the baby Bjorn, hanging on Peyton. He didn't have Peyton. Wipe his little hiney, right? He's got Zach. He's got to do the carrying.
Hey, for all the people who are backing us and making donations to support our team, as all the donations go to benefit Food Bank of the Rockies, but the team that gets the most donations gets a couple mulligans during the match. I thank you, and I'm actually amazed considering 71% of the people who voted when this first was raised said that Stokley and Zach would win. I'm just honored to be on the same course with them.
Yes,
quite frankly.
Yeah,
I'm just honored to be breathing the same mountain air as them.
When I was playing for the Broncos, this happened to me oftentimes, Mike. Oftentimes. We have our little mailboxes, our little cubby mailboxes, And, once a week or so, I would go in there, and there'd be, a handful of letters, and I would always, sign autographs and send them back to people, right? That was just kind of part of the same thing I do here at the Fan. I get fan mail here, and so I would always do that, and then you would see, Elway's or Terrell Davis's mail, it'd just be stuffed to the gills, falling out, just there's so much stuff. I didn't have that much stuff, but, I always took care. Once a week, I always made sure I went in there and signed whatever they had. Half the time, Mike, that I went into that mailbox and opened up a card, I would get this letter that would say, "Hey, Stink, you're a great player, blah, 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 blah. Do you think you get Elway to sign this card for me, Or do you think you could get TD to sign this card?"
You're the middleman.
Yeah, I was a middleman. And so I would get all those type of requests. And, Zach now, Stokley has always been, that Peyton middleman. Now he's got to carry this team. I don't know that he can handle the pressure.
Being a front man.
Being the front guy.
Yeah.
He's always been like Slash, right?
Right. Now
Axl Rose is the front guy.
Right.
He's the Slash.
He's Slash.
Now all of a sudden.
Not the Slash, just Slash.
Oh.
Not
it's not like The Edge.
No, it's just Slash.
All right, let's go to U2. He's not Bono.
Yeah.
He's The Edge.
There you go.
Right, right.
There you go.
Could The Edge carry a band?
No.
So I just
we'll see if Stokley is up to being a front man.
A front man.
Okay.
I don't know that he's up to being front. We need a where is can DeHuff do can he give us a zoo report? I know he's probably feeding the giraffes right now, but could he give us a zoo report on where the donations lie and who's winning the donation race? See at the zoo. Hello?
Hello?
Is this,
Hello?
Is this
Hello?
on?
Zoo.
Is this on?
Checking in with the zoo. Zoo. Zoo, do you hear me?
Do we have the zoo on speed dial in there, Ben?
So anyway, I got to get. So yesterday, in preparation for the big fan golf match, I went out and got some practice in. Right, went out and played yesterday.
Yeah.
And so a couple guys I play with, one of them is a big Chiefs fan, and it's funny. It's so cute because we've probably played golf together for the last 10 years, right?
Okay.
Never once have I seen him wear what he wore yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Every other time we've played, it's just like a golf hat, right?
Right.
Titleist, tailor-made, whatever.
Right.
Yesterday, what's he wearing?
Chiefs
hat.
championship hat.
Super, it's shiny, I mean, the only thing, I don't even know if the tag had been taken off yet,
Yeah.
right? He's wearing his cute Super Bowl hat, right?
Probably still has that little sticker underneath the bill of the hat, right?
Exactly, right? So I see him. I'm like, hey, how you doing? He's like, right away, goes right into it. Doesn't even like, hey, how's it going? How's the family? How you been handling the last couple of? Nope. He's like, wow, I don't know how the Chiefs are going to find a way to beat Drew Lock. I mean, I have no idea how they're going to be able to keep up with Drew Lock and all those weapons. What are the Chiefs going to do? And I'm like, okay, here we go. All right. And then he got serious, and then he laughed. He goes, hey, you got to understand, for years we had to live with Elway. And then we had to live with Manning. And that understanding that we didn't have a chance, or that the hill was going to be high. He's like, it's our turn now. It's our turn. And then he went back to talking smack. Then he went and said, hey, listen, you guys better worry more about the Raiders and the Chargers before you start thinking about the Chiefs. And I'm like, oh, my God.
I got to tell you what.
It's right here. It's right here in front of me. Obnoxious Chiefs fan.
I got to tell you what. I really appreciate your buddy and that level of snark, because I completely agree with him. We're sitting here talking about how we've matched the speed of the Chiefs. Hey, man, I'm not sure we're the second best team in this division.
I don't know.
I'm not sure we're not I'm not sure that we're not the number 4 team in the division.
I think he was trying to just make it like drip with sarcasm, but it was almost like starting to border on contempt. Like it was almost like, really, how dare you think that your cute little offense is going to all of a sudden match up. All right, well, I want to get into some more of that, and whether or not he has a point. I don't want to admit he's right, but does he have a point? That's next. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, I didn't tease it. They're so effed. Yeah. Right. Yeah, yes. Like, I can't tell you how many times I'll drive in here and I'll be like, We'll be visiting with Brian Baldinger, he of the jacked up pinky finger. We always get a chance to talk to him at the Super Bowl, and then he shows off that finger, and we take pictures and post them, and everyone's like, ugh, gross. NFL Network analyst. You can follow him on Twitter at BaldyNFL. He's been doing a really good job this offseason of breaking down different players.
Right. And by the way, you should follow. So when back in the day before I started calling games, and I would watch every play, every game. You'd be knee deep in the whole league. That's what Baldy does, man. I go through Baldy stuff on Mondays just to get a sense of all the stuff I missed during the week, and then I steal his stuff. It's awesome.
You steal from him.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I'll steal from everybody.
Right, but I'll credit him first. I'll be like, hey, Baldy did this great breakdown. And then I'll be like, hey, this guy I know did this great breakdown. And then by the time I get to air, it's mine. I own it.
The third season of Film Session is available now on NFL Game Pass, featuring Brian Baldinger and Kurt Warner, breaking down game film with NFL players such as Deshaun Watson, Devontae Adams, Minka Fitzpatrick, Stephon Gilmore, and more. To order NFL Game Pass, visit NFL.com/Game Pass. And visiting us with us now, it's Brian Baldinger. Baldy, good morning.
What's up, Mike? Stink. You can steal my stuff anytime, man. It's a real honor that you're doing that, man. Hey, Mike, we were hanging out at the Super Bowl. We were at Jaws and Ditka's cigar party. I don't know, Mark, does that seem like a couple of years ago that happened? I mean, it seems like an awful long time ago we were hanging out.
It does, man. It's 100 years ago is what it seems like. Hey, Baldy, one of the cool things that has happened here I suppose in the last probably season and a half, 2 seasons, is almost this kind of cyclical type of transition back to big time run the football, control the line of scrimmage with guys like Q, Quentin Nelson, and the Seahawks are doing it, and like all these teams with the 49ers. Like, what have you talked to with the players and the coaches, kind of getting back to almost old 90s football?
Mark, it's just trench warfare. I mean, teams are realizing that if you're not built strong and deep in the trenches, that you're not going to be successful. You're just not. And so you look at what the Eagles did in their Super Bowl run, how good they were up front. I mean, all pros at, right tackle, right guard, center. I mean, that's where it starts. And you can have all of the flash and all the glamour and all of the, the glitz everywhere else on the team. But if they don't win up front, then it's not going to materialize. And what the 49ers did in the run game last year, I mean, I've been studying that stuff all year, Mark. I mean, all off season. I'm at NFL Films right now. Like, they opened the doors for me, but I'm still studying what Mike McDaniels did in the run game and how they didn't block Luke Kuechly, and they were running right by him. I mean, what they did with their motions, with their movement, what they did to the Packers twice last year, I mean, they carved teams up. Everybody should be studying what the 49ers did, because that was an offensive line and a run game that we haven't seen in a long, long time.
Visit with Brian Baldinger from the NFL Network. All right, speaking of glamour and glitz, that's certainly what the Broncos did in the first couple of rounds of the NFL draft, going with receivers. Did they do the right thing?
I don't know yet. I mean, I think they're asking Mike Munchak to be a miracle worker right now. I mean, they're going to rebuild from the center to the right side, so there's going to be a lot of new personnel there. I wouldn't have done that. It's not me personally, in a draft that was as deep in tackles as we saw. Now, doesn't mean all of them are going to be good, but I would have probably gone in a different direction. KJ Hamler is a nice, shiny, special object that you can, do a lot of things with. He's got tremendous speed. You watch him against Michigan, and he won a game against Michigan for Penn State. But I might have gone to the offensive line and continued to build there, and let Mike Munchak do what he does, which is develop players, and develop not just players, but develop lines. And I might have done a little, especially if you're going out and getting Melvin Gordon and know what you have right there and the other two running backs behind him.
Tell me about Drew Lock. I know you study more tape than anybody. So what did you see with Drew Lock last year, and what are your expectations moving forward?
I tell you, one thing I liked about him, I mean, obviously he won 4 of his last 5 starts. I mean, you could say who they played and all that, and that, that might be fair, winning some of the games that he did. But the one thing he did is he got the ball out of his hands fast. I mean, he was sacked 5 times, Mark, in 156, drop back attempts. That's not a bad ratio. That puts him up there amongst the league's best. Now, it's a 5-game sample, but you watch him get the ball out of his hands, and he makes quick decisions with the ball, and that's what he did to beat the Chargers. That's what he did to beat the Texans, and that's what I saw. I saw a guy that made quick decisions with the football. Now, that doesn't mean he's reading defenses and. But at the same time, that's a big part of helping your offensive line and helping your offense. And it's a big reason why I thought the offense played a lot better at the end of the year.
So as somebody who devours film like you do, what's waiting for Drew Lock now as he goes into his first full season? What are teams going to do differently, throw at him?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that, look, I like Cortland Sutton, but if you're playing – if you're playing the New England Patriots, I mean, Stephon Gilmore is going to line right up in front of him. He's probably going to take him out of the game. And so where's Drew going to go with the ball? Is it Jerry Jeudy? Is it KJ Hamler? Is it, Tim Patrick? I mean, I don't know. Is it Noah Fant? I mean, where's it going to go if you get a great corner taking your number one receiver away? So that's what's next for him is where to go with the ball when they start rolling coverage, they start taking your number one away, they start disguising things where it looks like it's cover 3 and they're rolling to a Tampa 2 coverage and taking your tight end away. Those are all things that he's got to get prepared for because it's different to start the season versus coming in week 13 that he did last year.
When you handicap the AFC West, you look at what the Kansas City Chiefs have done, just the talent, overall talent that they have, and considering what this offseason has looked like and how crazy it's been and the limited number of reps you're going to get before we start playing in the season, like how do you handicap this AFC West division?
Well, I mean, it's everybody looking up the Kansas City Chiefs. They had the fewest changes of any team in the league, I think in the league, but certainly in the division. They're going to bring back primarily the same team in the same system with the league's best player in Patrick Mahomes. Everybody's looking up at them right now. Everybody's chasing the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC West and in the AFC, in my mind. We have never seen a player. I mean, you were around, Mark, when Danny Marino came into the league and was playing, and he was Patrick Mahomes at that time. But we have never seen anything like this. To be down 24-0 in a playoff game and every phase of your team stinks, and he's on the sideline telling you, we just need to get one score. And then to roll the Houston Texans like a tumbleweed all the way back to Houston, we'd never seen anything quite like that before. So it's the Chiefs right now. And how quickly can anybody close the gap on what they have?
Well, would you put the Broncos ahead of the Raiders and Chargers, or do you have doubts about that?
I'd have doubts about what the Oakland can do right now. I mean, I'd kind of put them all together right now, to be honest with you. I mean, I think the Broncos have a chance. I mean, the way they finished the season is impressive, but you're still going to start a guy that is going to make his 6th start in the NFL, to start the season right now. So, I mean, what last year's record doesn't really mean anything to me. I mean, I kind of put them all together. Everybody's made a bunch of changes right now. Vic Fangio gets, a second opportunity at this thing, and they've got changes in the entire coaching staff on the offensive side of the ball. So they got to rebuild their offensive line. I don't necessarily put them in front of the Raiders right now or the Chargers.
Yeah, hey, Baldy, you're the best. You can follow him at Baldy NFL on Twitter, NFL Game Pass. Watch him do all the breakdowns. It's NFL.com/Game Pass for all that information. Baldy, man, always appreciate you. Always fun catching up with you. And really, honestly, man, appreciate your work. You do a phenomenal job.
I appreciate it, Stink. I'll be in touch, man.
All right, buddy.
Thanks for having me, Mike. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, there goes Brian Baldinger. And this Saturday, by the way, the episode featuring Cowboys wide receiver Amari Cooper airs at 6 p.m. Mountain Time on NFL Network. Always enjoy breaking it down with Brian Baldinger. You get some reaction to it. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. 4 Down Territory coming up next.
Hey guys, you thinking about selling your house right now might be the best time to sell your house. The market is in full swing. The interest rates are at all-time lows, for crying out loud. They're great. Every day you wait to list your house could be costing you valuable money and time. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, he's my guy, the guy I recommend you call. He is so committed to getting you the most money. He's the only agent I've ever heard of to guarantee to sell your house at your price, or he pays you, get this, $5,000. He can make that guarantee because he has so many approved buyers just waiting to close on your house. He simply doesn't have enough houses to sell. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. There's absolutely no reason you should wait. Call Troy right now, 720-900-4433. No risk, no obligation. Call Troy and get your house sold. 720-900-4433. That's Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. 720-900-4433.
Want to make a bet I can throw a football over the mountain.
On Sports Radio 104.3, The Fan.
Gentlemen, this is the real thing. This is what you've been trained for.
First down.
We got a Jackson 5.
So congratulations to Lamar Jackson of the Ravens. He has been selected. He'll be on the cover of Madden 2021. I think more importantly from Lamar Jackson, he's got to get off the playoff schneid. 0 for 2. Two very, very poor performances in the playoffs, and doesn't help, or does it help, that he came out and admitted that his Ravens underestimated, took the Titans for granted in the playoffs in an eventual playoff loss last year.
Yeah, no, I mean, I appreciate the honesty, and I think it probably overall does help. I mean, it's part of the maturation process, right? It's part of what you go through sometimes as a football team, and we've been through it here, and in 95, 96, 97, 98, it was part of the the eventual back-to-back championships, losing that game to Jacksonville, and I don't know that we took them lightly, but I always think that there is that when you're the number one seed and you take you've got a week off and all that kind of stuff, man, all that the way you prepare and the way you work, it's got to match what you've always done. And if you're a little bit off or you're a little bit overconfident, that's a bad situation to get into. So I appreciate the honesty, no question.
Okay, is the Ravens are the Ravens now, have they learned enough hard lessons that you would make them the favorite in the AFC, knowing that it's how difficult it is to repeat as champions? We haven't had a repeat champion in the Super Bowl since the Patriots back in 2004, I think. So the odds of the Chiefs repeating as Super Bowl champs are long.
Right.
What about them getting to the Super Bowl? Or would you put the Ravens in there as the favorite?
Well, I don't know that I put the Ravens as the favorite. I still think there needs to be a little bit more balance. But I have a lot of respect for John Harbaugh. I have a lot of respect for Lamar Jackson and the way he has worked to become better. And there's still work to do. So, yeah, if you were saying, hey, which team's most likely, because the Chiefs are going to be the favorite because of Patrick Mahomes, but if the team that would be most likely and that would match up the best against the Chiefs, you'd have to put Baltimore on a very short list of teams that can knock off the Chiefs.
Next on 4 Down Territory.
Second down.
Win. 16-0, man.
Honestly, what were people thinking in the world of sports with such reluctance to put pro sports in Las Vegas? Because now that pro sports is in Vegas, God, it just makes so much sense. And now the news that Vegas will host the Pro Bowl in 2021 is just yet another great move. I have no interest in going to the Pro Bowl.
Right.
But if all of a sudden you're like, hey, you want to make a weekend out of it? Go out, watch the Pro Bowl, be around some NFL events, NFL players, and spend the weekend in Vegas? Why not? Why are we stopping with hockey and football, right? Let's move the Oakland A's to Vegas.
Okay.
All right. And let's get an NBA team there.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, let's all move to Vegas.
Well, no, I don't want to move to Vegas. I just want to be able to visit Vegas, and I want to be able to follow all the Denver, Colorado sports teams out to Vegas. That's all.
Oh, okay. So
because it's so easy to do.
You don't want to go to Vegas.
No, I want to go to Vegas. I don't want to stay in Vegas. I just want to
you
go
don't
to
live
Vegas.
You don't want to live.
I want to go to Vegas. I want to visit Vegas. I want to have great meals, see a show, play some golf, and then watch a Denver team.
No buffets right now. No buffets in Vegas right now.
That's very, very sad.
I could see you though. I could see you
very sad
being a dealer at a blackjack table.
Dealer? Why am I a dealer? I just want to play.
No, I could see you. Yeah, I could just see you. But I mean, making a transition in life and becoming a dealer. You're moving to Vegas.
No. What I'm going to do, one of these times I'm going to go to Vegas, I'm going to bring Cluffy with me, And he's just going to count cards for me.
Oh, Ocean 11.
No, not Ocean 11.
Ocean 12?
Rain Man.
Oh, even better. Even better.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Ka-ching.
Everybody knows Cluffy's not allowed in Vegas.
No, he's not. No.
Card counting Jesse.
Next in 4-down territory.
3rd down.
So we've had several task forces looking at a bunch of different avenues of kind of return to play. We've got looking at risk mitigation, testing. So we've had that going on for the last 2 months now, continuing to look at different things that we can do to keep people safe and trying to break it up into each avenue as we approach our normal start to a season.
That is J.C. Tretter, the Cleveland Browns center, who is their player rep, talking about the players' view on when football comes back, what it looks like. So it looks like the Hall of Fame game, which comes up in early August, will not feature fans. It's the Steelers and the Cowboys, which, boy, that's going to really sting for the Hall of Fame because you talk about two fan bases that would travel for that game.
Yeah.
But no fans. So if there will not be fans at the Hall of Fame game in early August, where does that put your level of optimism that there will be fans in the stands, let's say at the beginning of September?
I mean, I'm optimistic. I think, interestingly enough, all these protests and all this, we're still waiting for kind of information and coronavirus spikes and all that kind of stuff, right? With all the thousands of people that were gathered together in close proximity outdoors, if there are not significant spikes in these numbers, doesn't that lend itself to bringing people back as long as they're masked up in stadiums? I don't know. It feels good to me. J.C. Tretter, though, gosh. I mean, they were task force and risk mitigation. Lord have mercy.
And you know why you're going on about this? Because he's an offensive
lineman, right?
Right.
This is, hey, people, that right there. Now, I'm not saying that I'm smart like J.C. Tretter because I'm not, but I did play offensive line. That's why you should listen to this show. Brian Baldinger, offensive lineman. He's smart, right?
It's amazing.
Gave you.
Couldn't get you guys to talk when you played. Now we can't get you to shut up. Next in 4-down territory.
4th down.
I'm going to be 43 years old this year. And my learning, I feel like I learn every day. I learn from people that are a lot younger than me. I learn from people that are a lot older than me. So be humble about that. Understand that you don't know anything. In fact, there's so little that we actually do know.
You know think Tom Brady walks around thinking that he doesn't know anything?
Oh, my
Please.
gosh. He is. You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of the old 70s show that I loved so much as a kid, Kung Fu. Remember that show? Kung Fu?
Oh, yeah.
What was that, Michael Carradine or something like that?
It was. I think it was David Carradine.
The same thing. Michael,
David.
David.
Carradine family,
Yeah. Same exact thing, almost. Yeah. What was his name?
You think Tom Brady is being like water?
Yeah. What was his name in Kung Fu? Do you remember? What was the character's name?
All right,
in Kung
Millennial
Fu?
Ben, can we get some efforting music, please?
We haven't had efforting music in forever.
Well, no, last hour we did. During the morning brew, we did. So
we did?
Yeah.
Oh, I must not have been listening during the morning brew.
In Kung Fu?
Yeah. David Carradine.
Not Kung Fu Panda.
No.
Google.
David Michael Carradine, I think is his name.
Oh, see, I'm getting all the. See, it just went to Kung Fu Panda.
Well, put in David Michael Carradine, Kung Fu Panda, or Kung Fu.
You hot snot, you. Let's see.
Was it Kane? Was it Kane?
Kane. Yep.
Kane? Like Kane? Kane?
Caine.
Caine. Oh, that's the alternate spelling, I think.
This is the description of his show.
All right.
Martial arts expert Kane flees China after his master is killed. Now he wanders the old west of America, defending the helpless and beating down bad guys with his skills, all while trying to find his half-brother and evade Chinese bounty hunters. It kind of is almost like Grizzly Adams.
Yeah.
Unfairly charged, had to take off to the mountains.
Right. Instead,
he confronts the animals.
Right, but here's the difference. Like, Grizzly Adams was a pacifist. Kane was in the old West just opening cans of whoop-eye. He just rolled in there and said, "Oh, you're picking on that guy?"
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, but why did Grizzly Adams have to do it when he could have Gentle Ben do the work for him?
Oh, so you're thinking that he actually trained Gentle Ben to do the dirty work.
Smart.
He was like the Al Capone of the wild forest. having Gentle Ben.
I should, after 4+ years, anticipate when we're going to go off in these directions, these tangents, these rabbit holes. But even now, to this day, I did not see that coming.
Gentle Ben. I want his family dead. I want his, goes straight Al Capone on Gentle Ben behind closed doors when the cameras aren't rolling.
Yes, sir, Grizzly Adams.
Yeah.
I'll do it for 4-down territory. Or tour
Bring
around
Boo
the
Boo
NFL.
with you.
No,
Yeah,
you're confusing your Bears.
Yeah.
That'll do it for the Morning Brew. Or no, excuse me. See, here you go. You got me all flustered.
You
that'll do
are
it for that'll do it for 4-down territory. Our tour around the NFL. Bring that to you each and every morning at 7:30. Up next, Troy Rank will get us back on track. He joins us next. Hey, for 60 years, Siltahar Motors has been leading the way when it comes to the Colorado car industry, and they're showing their leadership once again during these interesting, challenging times. It helps you get you into the best price for the vehicle that you are looking for that is so essential. Siltahar will design a financing plan, especially for you. Maybe it's zero money down. Maybe it's 0% financing for 84 months. Siltahar works closely with banks to get you on your feet. They have over 1,800 cars in all, from all kinds of different cars, from economical to exotic, from sedans to SUVs, and Siltahar will bring their dealership to you with test drives or after a purchase. Also there for oil changes, maintenance, and repairs, all while maintaining a safe environment. Siltahar also offers one of the only used car leasing programs in the state. They just bought up millions of dollars in used car inventory, so they have the vehicle type you're looking for in a used car. Siltahar, a locally family-owned business, been doing it for decades now, and over that time they have perfected the car buying experience. Lean on their experience. Visit sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Siltahar is your everything dealership. All right, let's get ready to say good morning to Troy Rank, Denver 7 Insider, Colorado Sportscaster of the Year, presented by Training Law. We'll get him on in just a second. Don't forget, we got question Mark coming up at 8 o'clock. You got a specific question for Mark. Hit us up on the ramoslaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, and just give it to us in the form of with a hashtag question mark, and away we go. First, though, we say good morning to Troy Rank. Hello, Troy. Hello, Troy.
Morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing good, Troy. Hey, listen, I was talking to an NFL coach yesterday, and still not a lot of certainty on exactly what this preseason is going to look like, but they were talking about the potential of moving this thing to 2 preseason games. What are you hearing about kind of the kickoff of the football season and training camp and all those things? And, what do you know inside-wise?
Yeah, I mean, their proceeding is scheduled right now, but they certainly have the ability to adapt and adjust. I'm with you, Mark. I mean, given what I've heard, the likelihood of a full preseason is not great. It could happen. Obviously, the NFL is reacting to the COVID-19 pandemic and kind of where it stands. And, their goal is to play a full regular season schedule with at least some fans in the stands. But for preseason, that would be one that certainly would be in jeopardy if the pandemic hasn't cooled by that point. The issue would be traveling teams. Is it worth traveling teams multiple times in a preseason to risk them, an outbreak that would then cause interruption to the regular season? So I'm hearing some of the same things you're hearing, Mark, but the NFL and their memos are very detailed, but they've also left room to adjust based on what's happening in the country with the virus.
Did you have the same reaction when you saw all the details that are going into the NBA's planned return, and did it almost kind of catch you off guard? I think a lot of these leagues are like, yeah, we're going to come back. Our plan is to come back, and then you start to get into the nitty-gritty of the details like the NBA is proposing, and you realize, wow, is it that daunting of a task?
Well, they're going as far as they can in terms of safety protocols, and and what you're saying, Mike, is true. Is what their heart is in the right place with, and the intent with these safety protocols, but is it realistic? Like in the NBA case for 63 days for the championship teams in that bubble, is that realistic? Is that possible? The NFL, the idea these guys are going to be smashing into each other along the interior line, and what's that going to look like? And you have the face shields that protect some of it, and they're going to block people off. Only certain employees have access. They want all meetings to be done outside if possible in a group, and certainly during training camp. They want even individual meetings by Zoom. I mean, some of it's more realistic than others, I'll put it that way. And, players I've talked to, safety is part of it. That gets a little lost because of labor issues and how to get back on the field with NBA and MLB. But with NFL guys, they want to know they're safe. They want to know they're going to be safe. So I think a lot of this, we need to see one of the professional leagues come back and kind of create a template, because I think the other leagues will adjust off of that and probably add and subtract accordingly.
Give me a little bit of insight into Major League Baseball right now. I mean, anything new on Major League Baseball, anything that you're hearing, any chance that this season gets underway?
Yeah, I mean, baseball's done its best to melt down before our eyes. It's those of us that are baseball fans, it's shameful, embarrassing. It's hard to watch, frustrating. The players have all tweeted yesterday, tell us when and where we want to play, and kind of trying to force the ball back into the owner's court. You see a report yesterday, Mark, that as many as 6 owners don't want to have a regular season. And that's the issue I take, is that some of these owners don't love baseball. It's a business. And for baseball, for me, you need to be a caretaker of the game. You can't treat it like your corner business that, well, business isn't good this year, layoffs, and we'll shut down and we'll come back during the holiday season. Like, that's not why you should be the owner of a sport. It's a civic institution. You have a right to the sport. Take away the fans for a second. You have a right to the history of the sport to get on the field. And I do still naively think they're going to try to play, but the bitterness is so great right now, Mark. I can't guarantee that anymore. When Manfred said it's no longer 100%, I mean, that sent a shockwaves through the industry like, oh, man, are they not going to play? So my insight is players want to play their full prorated salary. It doesn't look like they're going to get that. So will the owners budge at all and just step back and say we got to get teams on the field? And when you already have owners that don't want a season, that's difficult.
Do you what category would you put Dick Monfort in? Wants to play or maybe doesn't want to play?
Well, Dick Monfort in the past has been a hardline negotiator, and from what I've been told, he was a hardline negotiator, at least part of the coalition of guys that were of the owners that were more of a hardline negotiators. But I wouldn't categorize him as someone that wouldn't want a season. I wouldn't say that's fair, but I don't know that for a fact. I know they've treated their employees the right way during this time. They've done a lot of the right things. I mean, them, and other organizations as well. It would surprise me if he wouldn't want baseball at all, given that the Rockies are a team that draw fans, even if it would be limited and for their TV deal. There's just a number of reasons why I think the Rockies, while not viewed as a contender this year, would still want a season. But I don't know for a fact. I know that, Dick Monfort is a businessman, is a shrewd businessman. But I do think Dick, more than some owners, he lives the day-to-day with the Rockies. He's kind of assumed the owner and president role. So, in my conversations with Dick Monfort over the years, he does love baseball, and he is a businessman. So I think I would put him in the category of someone that wants it to come back, but they want it to come back on their terms.
Interestingly enough, and just from a baseball perspective here, this thing feels to me like it would be such a sprint that teams like the Rockies and some of these other small market teams that don't have to worry about necessarily managing a bullpen long term and all that kind of stuff, the things that have derailed the Rockies during these June swoons and whatnot, it feels like to me if baseball does come back, everybody's got a legitimate shot. Like everybody's got a legitimate opportunity. Am I wrong in that kind of assumption?
Yeah, it would definitely benefit a team like the Rockies more in a short season because they don't have the pitching. The pitching over 162 games, as you know, Mark, that's what begins to tell. That's how you can't fake your way through 162 games with a bad pitching staff. And the Rockies could camouflage some of their weaknesses by getting fat at home and getting hot at home, and then you're in it. I mean, that's the reality of a 2-month schedule. I mean, all you have to do is go 15-9 in 1 month, and you would be in the hunt to reach the playoffs because there's just not enough games for you to ruin your season. And pitching is typically what's undermined the Rockies as the season wears on. So I would agree. I would hate it because it's a gimmick, but it would be fascinating to see the urgency in which those games would be managed. That you're literally, if it started the way we're talking, it would be as if the season started on August 1st. And think about how those games impact standings and how those games are managed. It would be a total different urgency than we're used to seeing.
What about the latest here with Dr. Fauci, who came out and said it's his recommendation, his belief with one person, but somebody who does carry a lot of weight, that baseball should not try to play into October?
Yeah, I mean, if they were to follow that recommendation,
how much will that play into whatever else is being discussed right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's not great news, obviously, because the incentive for the owners to play would be the postseason and the postseason money. They would have really almost no incentive to play a 48-game regular season with no postseason. So if they were to take that in as fact and say, okay, we shouldn't play in October, then I would say there won't be a season because the incentive financially for the owners would be to get to that expanded postseason and that postseason money. So, that's why I'm saying they've waited so long, and that's why a lot of us wanted them to have a plan in place and get started and start moving and finding solutions after you've started, because it's way easier to not start if you've never thrown a pitch. So, yeah, that's a concern, Mike. There's no doubt because of the money involved in October.
All right, Troy, great insight as always. Thank you.
See you guys.
Troy Rank, our Denver 7 Insider, presented by Tranny Law. Some text reaction right away. You guys got to let it go with baseball. Owners literally care less about their employees. Another one says, players have that same right to take care of the game and act like it's a game, not a business.
Yeah, I mean, listen, everybody has got to come together and make this thing work, which they're unwilling to do. Both sides are so dug in. Both sides are so adamant. There is no common ground here. There is no let's acquiesce for the good of the game. That's kind of where we are right now. And I understand both sides. I understand the players. Hey, we're the ones that are putting ourselves at the most risk, and injury-wise and health-wise and corona-wise and everything else-wise. Why should we also be the ones that have to take the punishment of pay reduction?
Yeah, you always make that point. You love to trumpet the fact that, hey, nobody comes to Angels games to see Artie Moreno. And most people are like, who's Artie Moreno?
Right.
He's the Angels owner. Nobody
right.
they come to see Mike Trout.
Right.
But if there's no baseball team,
mm-hmm.
if there's no baseball stadium,
right,
what's Mike Trout going to do?
Mike Trout.
I mean, everyone says people come to see the players. Okay, fine, but if there are no teams, if there's no league, if there's no infrastructure, if there's no stadiums, where do these players go?
So you act like there's never going to be. Well, one, Mike Trout will go anywhere in the world and play, and get paid handsomely to do so. So he could go to Japan or Taiwan or any of these. They would pay him a truckload of money to go play there. So
okay, that's one player,
right? And there are a lot of players that would have options. But the bottom line, you're telling me a business that made billions of dollars a year, the owners are just going to take their money and go home and give up their franchises and give up the growth of that franchise, that grows in value 10, 20, 50, whatever it is, 15% a year, every year, year over year for owning. You don't think there are 30 other super rich, Russian billionaires that are ready to get into the business? Where's the huff?
I don't know. Do they? If they are going to deal with players who react this way when something like this comes up, would it give them pause?
Are you still making billions of dollars of profit?
Not this year. You're losing money.
Well, I mean, this year is this year is an extreme act of God type of year. Year over year, are you? The answer is yes, you are. Still a very viable business flush with cash.
This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. And this question comes in from Tanner in Laramie, Wyoming.
All right. I was just in Wyoming on Saturday. It was awesome. But I was in Cheyenne, which I'm assuming looks a lot like Laramie.
Yeah, probably not a beautiful country, though. Big sky.
Oh, yeah.
True big sky
absolutely.
country.
But I'm just saying, if you dump me in Town Square, Laramie, or Town Square, Cheyenne, I'm not going to be able
Tell the difference,
probably.
Probably not. All right, here's the question.
Yeah.
Mark, what is your take if the MLB does not have a 2020 season?
Oh, I think it would be incredibly disappointing. I mean, it would be, for me, it'd be gut-wrenching because I love baseball and I want to see them play and they've already screwed this thing up over money. They've already screwed it up. So, I mean, I get it. But yeah, I'd just be disappointed, Mike. I think it's selfish on both sides. I think it's absolutely insane that they can't figure this thing out, and they don't have, there's no collective. Let's do what's right and let's do what's best for the game aspect. They're both it's not about. Here's the issue that I have with baseball in general. They're all trying to be right. And it's not about being right. It's about doing the right thing. And when you do the right thing, obviously, at times, you have to give and take to make it, to make it equitable, to make it fair, to make it go off, to service, to service the people that you're trying to service, the fans. And the fact that neither side is willing to budge off of their points is incredibly disappointing.
Well, I would go one step further. I'm fed up with both sides because they're not just dealing with the here and now. They're not dealing
right. Yes,
with
that's
the
a great
idea
point.
that what we're going through right now is unique, is special, and deserves its own special category of how are we going to handle this.
Mm-hmm.
What bothers me about both these sides is that they're just simply using this as a way to further entrench their wants and beliefs and demands for the long term. And neither side wants to just make this about the here and now because they're afraid if they make any kind of concessions in the here and now, it'll come back and haunt them in the long term. And they're setting up their negotiating strategies as a baseline for what's supposed to come a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. That's ridiculous. Deal with the here and now.
Right.
Deal with the fact that
Right.
we're going through something that happens once a century, and just logically, that's the part of this that just confounds me, is why you can't logically get in the room with supposedly smart people and say, hey, look, we know we have a major collective bargaining agreement that we need to hammer out for the future, okay? And we'll get to that. But right now, we got to deal with the unique set of circumstances that faces our game, our country. How are we going to deal with it? And let's just deal with that. And they refuse to do that.
Right.
Which is why I'll answer the question. I don't care if baseball comes back. I truly don't. At this point, I really don't care. We're going to have NBA playoff basketball. We're going to have NHL playoff hockey. We're going to have major golf tournaments. The U.S. Open tennis tournament's going to go on. We've got college and pro football. The plan is for those to come along. Guess what? We are getting ready for a jam-packed August, September, October, and hopefully beyond that. And you know what? Baseball, I don't really need you.
Yeah, it's sad.
I don't need you.
And you're 100% right. It's not only about negotiating for the future, right? For this collective bargaining agreement that comes up here in the future, but it's also the iniquities of the past, right? Everybody's angry at one another for the things that have gone on in the past. I love the Apostle Paul. I love the book of Philippians. And one thing Paul says in chapter 3:13, and I'm paraphrasing, he says, one thing I do is press forward, forgetting what lies behind, or one thing I do is to forget what lies behind and to press forward. And we have got to let go of the sins of the past. Hey, whatever happened in the past, but we have a chance to rectify. We have a chance to play now and handle this. And we know something's coming down the pike in the future. But we need to handle now, and we can't let the iniquities or the sins or the hurt feelings of last year or whatever stop us from getting a deal done that makes sense right now. And so it's this petty, petulant child aspect to this game right now, both with owners and with players, that's stopping it from playing right now. And it's, well, what's going to happen in the future, and how big a slice do I get? And
if I agree to this now, then am I opening the door to have to accept the salary cap down the road?
Right. Well, you took my toy, and so I'm going to take, it just is like, oh, my gosh, you guys sound like a bunch of freaking babies. It's like, it's like when your granddaughters or my granddaughters start to fight with one another. Just stop it. Stop fighting and just get along. It's children.
Kind of burying the lead here a little bit, but these comments in an interview that Dr. Fauci did.
Uh-huh.
Now, again, he's one person There are plenty of people out there who totally disagree with what he has to say, and that's fine. I mean, you're entirely entitled to your opinion, but there's no doubt that you'd have to at least acknowledge the guy's word, what he believes carries a certain amount of weight, right? Okay, we'll just leave it there. Certain amount of influence. So he was talking with the Los Angeles Times yesterday, and he warned of the potential dangers of letting Major League Baseball season go too far into the fall. Quote, if the question is time, I would try to keep it in the core summer months and end it not with the way we play the World Series until the end of October when it's cold. I would avoid that. Is it just me? I know we don't do, is it just me until Friday? But is it just me, or the first thing I thought about when I saw that quote was not what this would mean for baseball.
Yes.
Was, wait a minute. This is where we're playing football.
Right. Football's played in the cold.
Right? That was the first thing I thought. Wait a minute.
Yes.
If you think that way about baseball, then what the heck do you think about football?
Like, I know, like, Fauci has lost some of his steam, right? Like, because he keeps giving us opinions that we don't want to hear. Like that opinion, right? Like, when Fauci first came out in this whole pandemic, he was like a superstar. He was like, hey, Fauci, you're so fun, you blow my mind, how Fauci, boom, 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 hey, Fauci, boom, 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 boom. I don't know what song he would be now. He would almost be like, it would be like, what do they call that? The dirge?
The dirge? I was just thinking of that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, you and me.
Yeah, right?
Now you're back in the hot box, I can see you.
Right.
Like simpatico.
Right, exactly.
I was thinking
just
dirge,
like,
too.
Yeah, it's just like, oh,
like
my
funeral
gosh.
dirge.
Right, the funeral dirge. He came out like a house of fire, and he's lost some popularity because he keeps giving opinions that we don't want to hear.
Right.
Don't play in the cold. Well, whoa, what?
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm worried about baseball. Wait a minute. Whoa.
How about you find a vaccine? Huh?
That's right. Don't mess with my football season,
right?
When
does that come along?
But that was the first thing I thought of when I saw that quote. I was like, whoa. What does that mean? All right, it is time.
You know what bothers me about that really quick? Is that at the beginning of this thing, I heard, like, we've got to say, we got to stay quarantined. We got to do this. The only way to kind of get over it, or unless we can build some type of herd immunity, right? You can't build a herd immunity if you're not herding, right? Is that what you call that, herding?
Well, yes.
Right?
Right. I mean, to build a herd immunity, you need a herd.
One would think.
Right?
You can't herd if you're stuck in your house.
Correct.
No herding is happening.
No. Unless you have a really large family.
Mm-hmm. And a sheepdog.
Time now for I'm not going to let you take me down this road. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Here we go. Time now for the Fan Film Room.
It's time to step in the fans' film room, analyzing game tape on the 2020 Broncos, just like Alex Gibbs talking about Mark Schlereth.
That guard did not cut, and I promise you, he got chatted with. That fat ass needs to get his feet moving better than that, and I promise you, when he came off that field, I ripped his.
Here to break down the film, it's Schlereth and Evans.
All right, here's what we've been doing. All offseason, we've been taking down different assignments, whether it's new Bronco players, and everybody looks at the same game film throughout the station, and we all give our observations and opinions. The other thing we've been doing since then is how to beat the Chiefs, and they've lost 8 games over the last couple of years. So is there a blueprint that comes out of watching these games that gives us a clear-cut idea of how you beat the Chiefs? Today's game goes back to the regular season last year where the Chiefs lost at Tennessee 35-32 in Week 10. 35-32. And I'll remind people that of the 8 losses, 7 of the 8 losses, the opposing team scored 29 or more points. In this case, Tennessee did 35. How'd they do it?
Well, I mean, again, one of the things you always look at, and this one shocked me a little bit because of Kansas City like dominating the first half or the first quarter and only scoring 7 points or something like that. And I mean, there were a couple of things that really, I guess, threw me for a loop in this particular game that was interesting. Like, dominated time possession, ran the ball a little bit more efficiently than I had anticipated them doing. Like, if I look back to the Chiefs here, 19 carries for Damian Williams. Like, that's not something it's not prototypical of the Chiefs. They don't usually do that. Now, Mahomes still had 50 attempts for 446 yards and 3 TDs. Like, he was phenomenal. But the Chiefs got a lead early in this game, and 10-0 lead in the first quarter, right? And I'm telling you, they like, I thought like, just watching it, like, oh my gosh, Tennessee's in trouble. Tennessee stuck to their game plan. Henry had 23 carries for almost 200 yards. They dominated the line of scrimmage. Tannehill had a couple of massive scrambles, and he was he threw it under 20 times. It was a time of possession from the second quarter on. They got a defensive score in there as well. But there's a couple things, right? Control the line of scrimmage, run the football, set up some of your play action stuff. I will say that, remember, I've been telling you about press coverage and a lot of man-to-man coverage in critical situations. Tennessee played some of that, and they gave up a couple of touchdowns on that. They got into a bunch formation, and they ran Tyreek Hill across the field. They brought a motion across to create some traffic. So they brought a back in motion, which the linebacker was following in man, and that created traffic for the guys in that bunch that were in man-to-man coverage versus that bunch. And I think it was Tyreek Hill that just ran past Logan Ryan like he was standing still for a touchdown. Like that, there was a couple of those things. But one of the things that was consistent, even though Tennessee, I think, played probably more zone than the other teams that have matched up, Kansas City, and played a lot of man, the disruption of routes. So they pressed them, they knocked them off their routes, and played through the man to their zone responsibility. And that disrupted some of the timing of the passing game, which created a couple of errant throws, because there was a couple over-the-top throws where guys were wide open, and even the great Patrick Mahomes missed those throws. So, like, there's going to be a few of those during the course of a game. But, again, it was physical domination on the line of scrimmage, run the ball, control the tempo of the game in that regard, and then essentially pray that you get lucky on some of those man-to-man coverages where guys are going to get open, and you just pray that you disrupt the timing of the throw, that he just misses, he makes an errant throw, because really that's how you beat Kansas City.
You talk about all these different blueprints on how you beat the Chiefs, and watching these last couple games, I'm going to bring. I don't think anybody else has brought this up. I think there's also, you got to take into account the board factor. Not the board factor, but the dog days of the season factor. Mm-hmm. And if you look at this string of losses that we've been analyzing over the last week or so, there was a stretch last year. Hard to believe for a team that went 12-4 and ended up winning the Super Bowl. But there was a stretch where they went 2-4 in the middle of the season. Mm-hmm. They lost 4 out of 6 games. They lost to the Colts and Houston back-to-back. They came here and hammered the Broncos, but then they lost to Green Bay, beat Minnesota, but then lost to Tennessee. A stretch there where they lost 4 out of 6. And, I mean, you can speak to this. We talk about the dog days of every sport. In the baseball, it's July, it's early August. Basketball and hockey, it's February, the dog days of a season. Well, how much, when you're looking at trying to beat the Chiefs, do you have to consider when you play them? And maybe you catch a team that is accustomed to playing in the playoffs, knows how long the season is, knows the grind of the season, and maybe you get lucky and catch them during the time of the season where it is the dog days.
Right. If you're looking for luck,
but does that I'm not saying you should be looking for it, but is it a factor in when you can knock off a team like that?
Right. Yes, it is a factor. I think the other factor that nobody gives credit for is exactly one of the things that I have said for for a while, Mike. One of the things that makes them so dynamic is not necessarily the speed. Like on that one, Tyreek Hill had I think Tyreek Hill had maybe 1 or 2 touchdowns, but watching Tyreek Hill get singled up while you're double teaming Travis Kelce, like you can't double team everybody, right? So picking and choosing which plays and where and what, down and distance you're going to double team Tyreek versus double team Travis Kelce. Like, you better choose right. You know what I'm saying? Here's the other thing that I have been saying forever that nobody seems to want to listen to. Your 2 bookend tackles and how good they are. You watch these losses. You know who's playing left tackle in most of these games? Cameron Irving, a bust first-round draft pick for the Cleveland Browns, who has never really been very, efficient or good. So in this particular game, there were sacks, there were pressures, there were hits, with just 4. And that was a consistent theme. So there was a couple of different injuries along the way on their offensive line during this stretch of losses. I bet you out of these 4 losses, I bet you they had in every one of these games, they had at least 1 backup or 2 backups playing on their offensive line during these 4 losses, which is interesting. Like, okay, so this is what's interesting about that. And a lot of people will look at me like, oh, you're just trying to, complete your narrative about the Broncos should have and they didn't, and you're mad about it, and blah,
you
blah,
have
blah,
been
blah,
consistent
blah.
there.
Yeah, but the point is how many times have I told you, and this just dawned on me, but how many times have I told you the remarkable thing about the Kansas City Chiefs is how many times they get 5 guys out in the pattern and they just leave their offensive line out there to dry. Like, that's who they are. And even when their backups are in there, that's who they are. And I'll tell you, I would imagine there have been more pressures and there have been more sacks and just less protection in general because they had injuries along their front.
Texter says 3 of those games were without Mahomes. Actually, that's false.
Yeah, that is false.
3 of those 4 losses were with Mahomes. The game that we haven't talked about and didn't break down was the loss to Green Bay, 31-24. That was Matt Moore.
Uh-huh.
But the Matt Moore started games. He came in the Denver game here
right
after Mahomes got hurt. They won that game. Then they lost to Green Bay. Then they beat Minnesota with Matt Moore.
Right.
And then Mahomes came back. No, of that 2-4 stretch, 3 of the 4 losses
had Mahomes.
Were with Mahomes.
Right.
So,
by the way, in that game against Tennessee, he scrambles up, makes a sidearm jump. He jumps in the air because he's about to get hit, makes a sidearm throw to, I think, Robinson across the field. It was phenomenal. Hits him in stride for a first down. I mean, like, stop. Like he's a freak show, and he did play 3 of the 4 games. So,
but what about the idea that really good teams go through stretches of the season where they are vulnerable because they're not able to get up for the games like they normally would? Does that happen? I mean, there's only 16 of them, but
right.
Does that happen during the course of a season?
It happens. Yeah, I mean, it's a long season, Mike. As you know, it is a grind. It's hard to go on the road and win games. Although they lost back-to-back games at home, right, to the Colts in Houston. But yeah, there is those lulls in the season where, for whatever reason, you're just not clicking on offense.
Especially when you know that you're a team that figures to be playing late into January or February. And you know how long the road is.
Right. And you're good. And like I said, they are not changing their identity because they had a couple of injuries on their offensive line. They are who they are, right? They don't want to run the ball. We've talked about that. That's not who they are. They don't want to end up with, a game where they have 25 carries, even if it's for 145 yards, and Patrick Mahomes throws it 23 times. That's not going to happen. That's not how they play. And so they are who they are. Like, we have complained about the lack of identity here. Well, the fact that they have established that identity has won them a Super Bowl and won them a lot of games, but it's also hurt them a couple of times when they've had some turnover and some injury issues. But it is who they are. It's who Andy Reid is,
right.
And that's the way they're going to do it.
So maybe you're asking yourself, okay, with the way the schedule's set up this year, do the games against the Chiefs come at a time when maybe the grind, the lull might creep up for the Chiefs and help out the Broncos? I'll answer that question next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Apple Air. Guys, a proud member of Mark's All Pros referral network at marksallpros.com. And whenever I need a company to come out and service my AC or my furnace, it's Apple Air. I mean, that's who's going to do that, obviously. And let me tell you about the Apple Air, their Apple Air difference, because it's exciting, guys. First, the Apple Air Test Drive Guarantee. You have 1 year to test drive your new HVAC system to make sure it heats and cools your home. If it doesn't perform, Apple Air will repair it or replace it for you. Second, lifetime workmanship guarantee. Apple Air offers you a total peace of mind by covering the installation of your system. This covers you from defects caused by improper installation for as long as you own your system. They've got you covered. It's that simple. Third, you get their lowest price guarantee. They'll match any apples to apples offer, any apples to apples quote you get, and give you an extra $100 off the top of that. This guarantee extends 90 days past your install, guys. They do it the right way at Apple Air. That's why they're a trusted member of Mark's All Pros. Absolutely love the guys. They're open 24/7 to take your call at 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813, or find them online at appleairinc.com.
Hey, just a reminder, Thursday night, tomorrow night at 6:30, the Fan is very proud to present a live forum hosted by our buddy CJ, Charles Johnson, along with Nick Ferguson, Orlando Franklin, and Chad Brown, discussing some of the challenges they personally faced in the world of sports and what should come next. It's a discussion on race in sports, and it's coming up here on the Fan, a very special program coming up tomorrow night at 6:30. So tune in for that tomorrow at 6:30 with CJ, Nick, Orlando, and Chad. Looking forward to that. You know, Mark, remember last week where I was talking about how a lot of Bronco fans seem to be kind of whistling past the graveyard. They don't want to acknowledge the boogeyman that is Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Right.
And they try to poke holes in the idea that if we're not careful, the Broncos, Raiders, and Chargers will be deciding who's going to be the Bills, Jets, and Dolphins for the next 15 years, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's an example of what I'm talking about. You ready? Guys, Mahomes can't read defenses. Cover the first read, keep him in the pocket. It's a wrap. He turns into the Dolphins version of Jay Cutler.
Thanks, film study guy.
Boy, that's not just whistling past the graveyard. That is just now you've just gone into borderline delusion.
That's one that's ridiculous. So, anyhow, who should I trust? Do I trust Matt Nagy, who coached him? Do I trust several different coaches on that staff and several different players that I've talked to about his football intelligence and the acumen that he has when it comes to understanding football and reading coverages and doing all that stuff? Or should I trust you, Basement Scout?
Oh, jeez.
Lord have mercy. Like, one thing every coach says, everyone who has faced him, everyone who has coached him, his football intelligence is off the charts. His ability to manipulate coverage as a young player, off the charts. His understanding of route combinations and where he wants to go with the football, off the charts. Oh, by the way, on that 3rd down and 15 that they converted when they ran WASP, you know who called that play? Patrick Mahomes. He went to the coordinator and to Andy Reid and goes, let's run this. This is what I want to run. And they're like, well, I don't know if we have the time. I'll buy the time. Just run this. It was him. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's looking at.
I love so you're telling me in the last 30 games, Mahomes has thrown 76 touchdown passes to 17 interceptions, and he can't read defenses?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just because nobody's figured out is all you have to do is take away the first read. So defensive coordinator's been in this league for 30 years. Vic Fangio has coached in this league for 30 years. Hey, Vic, did you hear that? Basement Scout said if you just take away the first read, you're good. Oh, by the way, hey, let me ask you this. As when you line up on defense, how do you know what the first read is? Do you, seriously, how do you know? Mike, do you know?
What the first read is?
Yeah, how do you know
when you're on defense?
Yeah, well, how do you know what the first read in Patrick Mahomes' progression is?
You can anticipate based, I guess, on tendencies and maybe who who the situation is. If it's 3rd and 6, is he going to be looking for Travis Kelce? I mean, you can assume some things, but do you really know what the first read is? No, even if he's looking in one particular spot. That doesn't mean anything. He could be just looking off a safety and going the other way. Tyreek Hill's, streaking down the other sideline.
Right.
No, you're right.
Yeah. So, I mean, you don't have any idea. So if I get into like, let's say I say trips right nasty. Okay, so your X is down in a tighter split. So trips, you got tight end F and Z on the right side, right? Trips right nasty, H left outside. So your back is going to the outside, and you run X branch buffalo. Okay, that's your concept. So you're going two jet or scat to scat, X branch Buffalo. That's your call, right? Now, do you know the way the NFL offenses work today? Do you know how they work today? You can read the X branch side as your primary side, or you can work the Buffalo side as your primary side. So you can work the pick curl to the now route. So in Buffalo, your tight end's running a through, your F receiver's running the pick curl, and your Z receiver's running a now, which is just like a really quick, like shallow slant almost, right? So you can work the front side of that, you can work the X branch side, or you can work the Buffalo side. You have no clue as a defense what the primary read is, because in today's NFL, it's one side to the next, and you can call it either way and make either side your primary side. You can't take away the first read because you don't know what it is, basement scout.
See, it's amazing. When you do that, I'm just like, wow, listen to the passion. Listen to the fervor when you say it like that. And then when Klatt says it like that, I'm just like, whew, it's getting hot in here.
Right?
Man.
Well, Klatt just does, because Klatt can just go, all right. He's almost like Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah,
He get in there like, all right. What we're going to do here is we're going to run.
Scat 2 Jack
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
He's like, we're going to, okay, all right. We're going to go trips right nasty. H left out. Wait a minute. Trips right nasty. H left outside. 2 scat X branch Buffalo.
Boom.
On two.
Oh, my.
It's getting hot in here.
All right. People are.
But do you understand? Do you understand, like, from a conceptual standpoint, like, to sit there and say, just take away the first read? Like, you have no clue what the first read is.
Here's another one. Mahomes was one throw away from being a loser in the Super Bowl. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
One throw that he made.
And I know that some of you don't like the fact that I'm so complimentary of Patrick Mahomes. Here's the thing. You can look at this two ways. You can acknowledge the challenge, the work, the obstacle, and understand, you know what, in order to make this work, you as a Bronco fan talking about the Broncos, we're going to have to face this challenge head on. We can't shrink from it. It's going to be hard, but we're going to have to raise our game in order to combat this guy. You can look at it that way, or you can just try and hope that he is simply just some sort of fluke up until this point,
right?
And that it really won't be that hard. So I guess I'm asking you, what's the way you want to attack this? Are you hoping that you'll be left off the hook and the Broncos won't have to raise their level in the hopes that Mahomes isn't really all that? Or do you take the challenge that is hard, and a lot of people don't like to take the hard challenges because it's just that. It's hard. Or do you instead look at it and say, yeah, this is going to be hard. This is going to be hard, and you know what? It's on the Broncos. It's on Drew Lock to be able to rise up and meet that standard. I choose to look at it as I've seen enough. If the guy's thrown 76 touchdown passes to only 17 picks in his last 30 games, he's won an MVP, he's won a Super Bowl, I don't think he's just going to fade away. So, you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to do what's hard, and you're going to have to match it.
Mike, here's the interesting thing to me. The same people that are saying that Mahomes is a fluke and you just take away the first read are the same people that are saying, hey, that 5-game sample set is a lock. Drew Lock is our guy. There's no learning curve. What we saw in those 5 games, that's who he is. Like, you're taking a 5-game sample size and saying, because he plays for us, oh my God, there's no question that this guy is great. And you're taking a 30-game sample size with an MVP and 76 touchdown passes and a Super Bowl championship and a Super Bowl MVP, and you're saying, flukish. Guy, just say, after you take away his first read, he's pathetic.
I like another text. Is this a Chiefs station? No, it's not a Chiefs station. It's a Broncos station. But it's also understanding and recognizing the reality of the situation. The Chiefs, and mostly Mahomes, he's not going anywhere. And you know what? I have a feeling that if you've lived in Kansas City for the last few decades, there have probably been times when there were Chiefs conversations going on where you probably thought, is this a Broncos station?
Right.
Why do you guys keep spending all this time talking about Elway? Why do you keep talking about Manning? Because the reality of the situation is that's who and what you have to go through if you want to get to the top. And just like Chief fan for decades had to deal with, Elway again. God, when's he going to retire? Or I remember when Manning signed here, the front page of the Kansas City Star, or whatever the newspaper is, was priceless because they had a picture of Manning superimposed in a Bronco uniform, and the headline just screamed, "Oh no!" Right?
Yes.
Because they knew, right? It's like, oh God, we've been down this road. We've seen this. We've read this book before. We've heard this song before.
Right.
And so, guess what, folks? Now we experience it. Now we're on the other side of it. And you can make excuses. You can do all the happy talk you want and say, there's nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. You know what? You take that attitude, and for the next 15 years, you're the Bills, Jets, or Dolphins.
Right. You better, again, I'll go back to the beginning of this show. You better be honest with yourself of what you are, and you better be honest about what you're facing. Because you have no chance. If you're not those two things, you have no chance of figuring it out. Zero.
Nothing wrong with acknowledging this is going to be hard. Sometimes the most beautiful accomplishments in life are the ones that ended up being really hard.
Any measure of success, Mike, anytime you have any measure of success, it comes with adversity. They go like a hand in glove. It's just part of the equation. What do I like to say all the time? Anytime I solve one problem, there'll be another to take its place. That's life.
Coming up next, do we need to lower ourselves to the drives level? That's next.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. And I'm telling you what, now's the perfect time to take advantage of these incredible interest rates, guys, with my friends at Ideal Home Loans. I'm telling you, they can take care of you like they've taken care of me, like they've taken care of Mike for years and years and years. They do it the right way. And whether you're buying a new home and you're taking advantage of those interest rates, or maybe it's about consolidating credit card debt or putting that addition onto your home, they're the people that we trust to take care of you. There's no question about it. And I'm telling you guys, they do a phenomenal job. A phenomenal job. The average homeowner here in Colorado carries about $22,000 worth of credit card debt. You can consolidate all that debt into the interest in your home with a home equity line of credit, right? And you can essentially wipe that credit card debt out, saving yourself hundreds, even thousands of dollars a month, man. It's amazing. It's time to take care of it. Don't put it off any longer. Give them a call, 303-867-7000. That's 303-867-7000, or online at idealhomeloans.com.
Wow. I don't know if this is brilliant or if it's
pathetic.
Yeah. You
I
tell me.
Borderline pathetic, but go ahead.
So we've got the fan golf match, right, coming up?
Yeah.
Next Wednesday at Highwan.
Yes.
Presented by Michelob Ultra, benefiting Food Bank of the Rockies. And we've thrown a little twist into it that donate on behalf of the show you want to win or you believe will win.
Right.
Whatever. With $1 equaling 4 meals for hungry families here in Colorado. The show that raises the most meals will receive 2 mulligans in the match. And to donate, you can go to 1043thefan.com/match. And I got an update a few minutes ago from DeHuff.
Mm-hmm.
The good news, let's start with the good news.
Okay.
The good news is that we've already raised over 15,000 meals.
It's awesome.
Bravo. But here's the rankings. Number 4, Stokley and Zach.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness. What happened to the 71% of you who believe that Stokley and Zach win this thing? Interesting. Number 3, Orlando and Sandy. Number 2, you and I.
Really?
Number 1, and according to DeHuff, they're crushing everyone, it's The Drive.
Right.
And I saw that, and I was like, what? How? Explain that. And then I saw why.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. Here's what The Drive is offering. They're buying
they're
your
bribing.
support.
Right.
Here's what they're offering. DMac will shave his head. I wouldn't advise that, DMac. Catered lunch from Tyler. Cookies for all. And a piece of Super Bowl 50 confetti. They're trying to buy your support.
Right.
And it's working. What a pathetic attempt at support.
It's not only
They're trying to buy your love.
Right. Well, you know what? There's part of me that says, what should we give away, Mike?
And I say absolutely nothing.
Right.
I'm not going to resort to that.
Right. If we have the best listeners on the fan, there is no question. So if our listeners can't step up to the plate and crush these pathetic attempts, they need the mulligan so bad. They cried about the format.
Right.
They cried about, everything is great. Now we're giving away Super Bowl confetti. Are you kidding me?
Do you realize the
fact that you have some Super Bowl confetti is pathetic.
You realize the things that we could offer, that you could offer? How about, a 2-hour film session with Stink where, he'll break down film for you, with you. Or, I could share with you the ins and outs of dominating a buffet.
Right.
For when buffets come back.
Right.
There's
you
so
could
much to
bedazzle
offer.
some mom jeans together.
I could show off my entire closet full of bedazzled jeans.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Think about that. We could do that.
Right.
But we're not.
No.
All we're going to do is offer you this. You want to back a winner?
Yeah.
Do you like winners? Do you like being affiliated with winners? If you do, then you donate on behalf of our show. All we ask is you donate. The Food Bank of the Rockies. Ultimately, we don't care who you donate on behalf of.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, what can we offer you? The only thing, we can't offer you gimmicks. We can't offer you trinkets.
Right.
We can't offer you cookies.
Right.
We can offer you a W.
Boom.
We can offer you what it's like to be affiliated with greatness.
Right.
And if that's enough for you, then please.
You can walk around going, yeah, well, at least I backed the winner.
That's right.
It's just like the pandering.
Great word.
Pandering for vote. Like, here, come get some of my Super Bowl confetti. Come on. I never even thought about picking up Super Bowl confetti.
Desperation. It reeks of desperation.
I could have had. Can you imagine how much confetti I could have collected?
Whew.
I could have had a whole satchel full.
Mm-hmm.
How big is a satchel?
Don't know. Don't wanna try to figure that out.
Is it bigger than like a bag of confetti?
All
or
right. Oh, Millennial
a
Ben
suitcase
apparently Millennial Ben wants to know.
Is it bigger than a suitcase of confetti? A satchel. Like a satchel is more like I think of a satchel, I think more of a man purse. A merce.
So satchels range in size, but typically are mid to large size with a flat bottom and 2 short handles on top. So like doctors, back in the old days would walk around, if they made a house call, they'd have a satchel.
Yes.
Moonlight Graham carried a satchel. Boom.
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 He'd probably take out one of them little reflex, rubber hammer things and hit your knee, and then like it's amazing. They hit your knee, your reflex to go to town, and then he could diagnose you with like bronchitis.
Yep.
Just off of that.
Yep.
Those guys are amazing. Doctors. There's a reason they go to school for 8 years.
You think they take satchel class? Like what?
Yes. Like what?
Okay, listen. When you become a doctor,
you gotta have
it's
a
important
satchel.
you have a satchel.
Right.
What kind of satchel? Well,
Here
take
are
out your notebooks.
Right. Here are the approved satchels for doctoring.
Boom.
You got to put a notebook in your satchel.
That's right.
Everybody knows that.
So
apparently Tyler didn't have a notebook because he carried so much confetti around in his satchel. He's got so much confetti he can just give it away. It makes me want to puke.
Yeah. So listen, all we really care is that you donate now at 1043thefan.com/match.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really care because we don't need mulligans.
Do
we need mulligans? No, we don't need mulligans.
I would just say, hey, listen, if you're going to donate, donate to either Zach or, either Stokley and Zach or, Orlando and Sandy or us, but don't donate to the drive. That's all I'm saying.
No, you know what? No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
No, do it.
Oh, like you like the pandering?
Yeah,
you want some confetti?
Let's just drive home the pathetic nature of this. Let's just drive it home, baby. Drive it home. I want them to be so far and above all of us that it will just be clear, like a neon sign. Like when you're driving to Vegas and you get within 50 miles and all of a sudden you start to see the lights. I just want it. I want it lighting up the desert. How pathetic they were.
Shaving heads. Actually, you know what? I want you to donate. Now that I think about it, I want you to donate to the drive because I'd like to see the little fella with no hair.
Oh, God.
Come on, Villashave.
I just love my man, but I just don't know if that'd be a good look.
Yeah, that's the point.
I just don't know if that'd be a good look.
That's the point.
If you're an archaeologist like Indiana Jones, you have a satchel.
That's good, yes. Indiana Jones has a satchel.
Yep. Indiana Jones.
You know who else had it?
Moonlight Graham.
You know who else had a satchel?
What?
Professor Zeus.
No way!
Oh, yes.
Yeah, satchel?
Certainly. Let me see. And we're talking about Greek mythology here. Let me grab my satchel and pull out my statue of Zeus, because Zeus is the greatest character in Greek mythology that we have ever witnessed.
Yep. He had a satchel, no doubt,
no doubt, no question.
All right. How would Zeus, by the way, Professor Zeus, tease our next show coming up?
What our next show is amazing because they have two incredible characters that remind me of Greek mythology. One, a minotaur, he's big and he's got horns. It's Orlando, and the other is like a little tiny wizard. It's Sandy and Orlando next.
Hey guys, you live with neck or back pain. It can be excruciating. I tell you what, it can check you out of life. I've been there. I felt it. 20 years I suffer with back pain. Well, I ended it by calling my friends at Spine One at 303-367-2225. You can do the same thing. Maybe you've been told you need surgery. I'm telling you, there are options out there to get out of that, and that's Spine One. Their doctors take a comprehensive approach to spine care. Right now, they're offering no-cost MRI reviews. They'll look at your existing images you've already taken, and then they'll provide a treatment plan. They won't charge you for looking at those images, and I'm telling you what, they can get you out of pain just like they did for me. 20 years I suffered with excruciating back pain. Check me out of life. Check me out of the gym. Check me out of a lot of the landscaping I like to do, playing golf. Well, I am back, and I am better than ever thanks to my friends at Spine One. Give them a call. They can see you today. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spineone.com.
Hey, good morning. Welcome. 9 o'clock straight up on Denver Sports Station. Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan for the next 3 hours. It's Sandy Clough and Orlando Franklin on the 17th day of June 2020. A week from today. That's right, just a week away. The Fan Match Challenge, presented by Michelob Ultra, benefiting Food Bank of the Rockies. That's June 24th from Highwan Golf Club. Schlereth and Evans versus Orlando and Sandy versus Stokley and Zach versus The Drive with Tyler and DMac. It's all for a great cause. You can donate on behalf of the show. You want to win with $1 equaling 4 meals for hungry families here in Colorado. The show that raises the most meals will receive 2 mulligans in the match. To donate now, head to 1043thefan.com/match. And again, Orlando, there is good news and there is bad news for us. As we hope in the competition, we are not last on donations.
Yeah, that's great.
We are not first. We have no chance at getting mulligans, but we aren't last. And Stokley and Zach are last instead. And you just
I think everybody's realizing
the ranting and raving about who's first.
Everybody's realizing that Stokley and Zach they either realized that, hey, we picked them by a landslide. I think they had over 70% of votes when they started voting this thing a couple months ago. So everybody's realizing that if we pick them, we don't need to donate to them because they don't need any mulligans, apparently, right? But
you know what I think? This is my theory. They realized how bad Zach is.
No, my theory
they
is
have no chance. They just realize Zach is bad. And, Stokley talks a good game, and Stokley's a good player. But a good player in a format like this, combined with a worst player, can't win.
Yeah, I hear you, Sandy. I hear you. But anyways, on a lighter note, I played golf yesterday. I played my first 9 holes of 2020. I got out there at Broken Tee, played the par 3. Was hitting the ball really good, Sandy. I was impressed that I lost 1 ball during those 9 holes. Just literally one, was able to find every other ball. And I made some good contact, was able to drive the ball where kind of in the direction that I wanted to, was able to get it off the ground. So I was happy about that. And now my back hurts today. So,
so you're going to have to take it easy next week. On Monday and Tuesday, you're going to have to take it easy.
Yeah. I'm going to play again on
balls,
Friday.
But don't play.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably going to play on Monday. Not sure of that. But if not Monday, maybe the weekend. And then I'll hit Monday and Tuesday at the range once or twice this week and see what happens. But I'm very encouraged by that.
Yeah, I'm going to play Bear Creek on Friday. So I'm excited about that. I'm going to play Bear Creek this Friday. I'm going to play the whole 18. I got the weekend to rest up and get get back to feeling right. But, yeah, Bear Creek this Friday. And then next week on Monday, I'm just going to go out and play the same thing, the par 3 out there at Broken Tee. I think that's a great course, to work on your short game. And, everything is not about driving. Everybody wants to think that when you get on the golf course that, I got to be able to drive the ball. And I make good contacts with my driver or my 3-iron. I'm able to make some real good contact with those things. But what I have to work on is just the short game and what club to use from different ways out. So that's what I like about Broken Tee, and I was able to practice that yesterday. So looking forward to getting back out there again.
I've heard a rumor, and it's probably an exaggeration. Do you have a full set of clubs or?
Yes.
14.
Yes, I have a full set of clubs.
Right.
I got it a year and a half ago, about a year and a half ago. I played in a golf tournament last July. At Bear Creek. My financial guy had a tournament out there. That's the same tournament I was telling you that I got to meet Sackett. Remember I was telling you last year. But I ended up leaving my clubs there after that day because I had took a Uber there, and the Uber that showed back up, I couldn't get my clubs back in the car. So I ended up leaving my clubs out there that day, and I literally just got my clubs back about 2 weeks ago. So they spent almost a year out there at Bear Creek, but I do have a full set of clubs.
Very good. All right. Well, that's good. That's good. And you know that on one hole, we'll do the one club challenge the way they did at the match with Manning, Brady, Tiger, and Phil. And so you'll have to make a selection. When you mentioned 3-iron, I began to get a little nervous because our friend Kevin Kistner was involved in some fan golf tour events last year. And one was at the new TPC course up north. And, we're starting on different holes, the various groups and fans involved, listeners involved in the competition. We start at the 10th hole. It's 130 yards. Downhill, par 3. And there's a lake in back of the green. 130 yards. Kistner intentionally takes out a 3-iron. And he hits it square. And not only, of course, is it too much club for a 130-yard downhill hole, he just about clears the lake in back of the hole. He hits it maybe 90 to 100 yards over the green into the lake. But the 100 yards is almost good enough to clear the lake. And I believe there's dry land on the other side of the lake. I can't remember exactly what the dry land consists of, or whether, had he cleared the lake, would he been able to have played a second shot from about 130 yards away on the other side of the lake. But it was, you got it on this one club hole. You choose your best club, okay, and it's probably going to be an iron, and you're going to have to putt with it. So it's just one hole. I wouldn't worry about the putting. Just pick your best club for that one club hole we'll be playing. I have it down somewhere. I'm not sure which hole that is at Highwan, but Highwan's a tough course, and we're just trying not to finish last. That's the bottom line. The NBA has released its voluminous protocol booklet for a return to play. Remember when we talked about, was it baseball, 67 pages, right?
Yeah.
This is over 100. I think it's 113, but it might be more than that. And we'll talk about some of the protocols because they're somewhere between amusing and preposterous, somewhere in that range. And I look at these protocols and I'm thinking, I'm not 100% sure the NBA is going to pull this off, but we'll talk about that next. Sandy Clough here for my friends at SCL Mortgage. You can find them at myspecialmortgage.com. SCL is family and veteran-owned. As you've heard, interest rates are at all-time lows, so now may very well be the time to get rid of those consumer debt charges you've been carrying, car loans, credit cards, student loans. That interest is not tax deductible. Your house payment is tax deductible, so you may want to get some cash out to add to your savings account. They've been serving Colorado for 20 years at SCL with an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. SCL here for you, whether it's their bank statement loan program for the self-employed or a VA conventional FHA loan with a FICO score down to 580, sometimes lower. Maybe you need a bridge loan to buy that new home while your existing home sells. SCL can help with that. And though interest rates are very good, you've got to call them to know exactly what your options are. 303-790-2222, myspecialmortgage.com. It's SCL Mortgage, regulated by DORA, license number 1200716. Want to make mention once again of our discussion on race in sports Thursday night, 6:30, right here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. Fan's very proud to present a live forum, which will be hosted by Charles Johnson, along with Nick Ferguson, Orlando Franklin, Chad Brown, discussing some of the challenges they personally faced in the world of sports and what should come next. So we look forward to that. 90 minutes on Thursday night from 6:30 to 8, a discussion on race in sports right here on Denver Sports Station, Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. I know you've shared some stories already, Orlando, and I look forward to hearing from Charles and Nick and Chad, as well as from you on Thursday night. That's a wonderful programming decision we've made, and setting 90 minutes aside for this live forum, just terrific.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it. I've never sat down and spoke with a lot of these people, so that obviously the topic is something that we need to touch on, we need to address, and I'm super excited that we were able to get that done where, we're getting ready to talk about this and have a real in-depth conversation about it. But also I'm super excited to just be working with some of these other guys, because all these other guys, typically they sit in the seat that I sit in, and they don't sit in that driver's chair. So never got an opportunity to work with a lot of these guys. So looking forward to that as well.
We're going to talk about the NBA and also about the NHL here in this segment as they make plans to return through various phases here. The NBA is coming back, and there are 113 pages of new rules. And we'll get to some of these. I want to get your reaction. No doubles in table tennis. No caddies on the golf course. No sharing snorkels. Remember, they're down in Orlando.
Yeah.
And this is, again, 113 pages. An anonymous tip line to report rules violations. John Harbaugh might be in favor of that, right?
Yeah.
Because remember, we talked about John Harbaugh last week. He was worried the teams would cheat.
Teams are going to cheat, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe the NFL can adopt the same thing. An anonymous tip line to report rules violations. Pre-approved golf outings, protocols for how to properly disinfect basketballs. Table tennis allowed, but only singles. No doubles, though.
Yeah, can't get too close. Tennis. Yeah, can't get too close. So
no.
Yeah, you can't play doubles. I didn't even know people really played doubles in table tennis because it's such a small surface, and every time that I sit there and play table tennis, I just play singles. I've never seen it either.
Yeah. All right, here are more NBA protocols. Commissioner Adam Silver had floated the idea of restricting which coaches could sit on the bench. Remember that? A few weeks back, that didn't sit very well.
Yep.
Probably spoke out of turn because all the coaches in their 60s kind of got upset. Mike D'Antoni spoke out. A couple other coaches did, and they said that's not right. And he, of course, then backed off the statement. There appear to be no restrictions on who can travel to Orlando unless the player or coach tests positive in the phases preceding the arrival or lives with someone who recently had COVID-19 or symptoms associated with COVID-19. And you read the other day, Michael Malone had it in late March.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that as well, yeah.
All players and team staff must wear face masks at all times on campus. And, well, not totally. If players are doing something that is not within 6 feet of someone else, masks are not required. The league lists examples like walking, swimming, quote-unquote relaxing outside, all right, and watching a movie on an iPad.
So it's not required for those things?
It's not required.
Okay.
If players are doing something that is not within 6 feet, if it's further away, you don't have to wear a mask. You can walk.
Okay.
As long as you're 6 feet away from everybody or more. You can swim, same deal. You can relax outside. I don't know exactly what that means. You can watch a movie on iPad. You don't have to wear the mask.
So if you're swimming and somebody gets within 6 feet of you, you got to get your mask on?
You got to protect yourself, I guess.
Okay, so What kind of masks are they wearing? Are these some waterproof masks? Because the masks that I have, Sandy, the little blue ones.
Well, you gotta have a waterproof mask if you're going swimming. Yeah,
I have to have 3 or 4 of those blue masks, the ones that you're able to buy from the store. I think my wife got some from like Amazon or something like that.
Right.
But I have to have 3 or 4 of those things at all time because my head is so big, Sandy, that when I try to go to loop that mask around my ears, sometimes it just completely rips off on one side, and I'm like, okay, got to throw that one out and get a different one. Or sometimes what ends up happening when I go through 2 of these masks, and I think it might have something to do with keeping the mask in the car because of the heat where it might be melting like that little blue part off a little bit and making it a little easier to break. Where after I go through like 2 of those and I'm carefully trying to put these masks on my face, where now I'm like, all right, you know what, forget it. I'm going to, tie my shirt. Or I always keep a shirt in the car now where I try to wear the mask first. If the mask doesn't work, then I'm just going to tie a shirt on my face because I don't want to sit there and go through 4, 5 masks in the course of a day.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we're running low. But those masks would be really hard to swim in because they're not really made out of anything. I mean, I would assume that they would probably fall apart if they ever went in the water or anything like that.
Well, here's the one I thought would catch your eye. And we've talked about showering before, right?
Yes.
Players will not be allowed to shower at any of the ESPN arenas or facilities. That means no post-game showers, So players are back at their hotels.
Okay, so that's if that's the case, we're gonna. For me, I would want there to be literally no post-game media. It doesn't matter if you're able to practice social distancing or anything like that. I want to get back to the hotel as soon as possible. I mean, after you play in a game, you're sweating. It's a nasty feeling when you now change your clothes and just put on new clothes and say, you know what, I got to wear these new clothes to this arena or to this hotel to change. And, what's really frustrating about it is with COVID, one of the big things that have been said from the get-go, you got to constantly wash your hands. So if washing your hands is good to protect yourself against COVID, how is showering not good? So there's just a lot of questions.
They just can't have people in the shower not practicing physical distancing.
Well, it's NBA
you're not going to have
team,
one
Sandy.
guy at a time going to the shower. I don't know. And
it's
then they have to
NBA
disinfect it.
Sandy, it's an NBA team. This is not like it's football, right? In football, you got 53 guys showering at the end of the game. You got your whole coaching staff. Anyway. 53. I mean, even those other guys, their game day, everybody jumps in the shower. I mean, it rinse off or whatever. It might be a hot day. It might be raining, whatever the case may be. Guys are jumping in the shower. 46 guys are active on game day, but there's 53 out there. So 53 guys. I've seen guys that didn't play in games and they're showering after games. So you would have 53 guys. Then you'd have the whole coaching staff. A lot of these stadiums that you play in, especially the visiting locker room, it's not like the away locker room. So here at the away field and up the street up here, or the home field for the Broncos, you have a team shower and then you have a coach's shower here. But every time you go to visiting teams now, you have just one huge shower that everybody's sharing. So that's equipment staff, that's doctors, that's training room staff. That is literally everybody that's doing it, and it might be 120, 130 people taking a shower after a game. When it comes to football. With basketball, it's so much less. You got 15 guys, you got a couple coaches, and I just think that with basketball, you could find a way to get that done. Where
not taking that
there's
risk.
10 showers in here, only 3 people at a time, and you wait your turn.
Nope.
Oh, man.
Shower from your room.
I don't. All
right. Now,
I would hate that.
Now, here's one. No one will be stopped from leaving the campus, but players and staff should not do so unless there are extenuating circumstances, emergencies, basically. Among the places that players will be allowed to go, auxiliary sites either on or off Disney property that are secured by the NBA for approved use by NBA players or staff. In other words, a golf course. Okay? And if a player does leave the campus without permission, That's a no-no. And then tries to re-enter O, he will be quarantined for at least 10 days. All right? Players will not be allowed to spend time with one another in their hotel rooms, right?
So no late-night gambling, no cards, late night.
No, and no, Michael Jordan and The Last Dance, remember all that?
Yeah.
Gatherings in hotel rooms for bad pizza in one case, and then early in his career he went in there and saw all kinds of drugs and women, and that was a team that liked to party. I think his rookie year, he talked about that. Let's see, no sharing towels, clothing, or deodorant.
I would think and hope that that's an obvious thing. You're a professional athlete. Even in college, we weren't really sharing towels or even deodorant or anything like that. You bring your little bag in.
This is the Rudy Gobert rule.
Yeah, you bring your little bag in, and you have all your things in your bag. Every year you show up to that facility, you get your toothbrush, your toothpaste, your shaving gel, your deodorant. Some guys want to use body wash instead of using the all-purpose soap that they have at some of these facilities. I tell you that, Sandy. With the Broncos, they have this green soap that it is a body wash, a face wash, a shampoo, and a conditioner all in one. That's the soap that you got in these showers. So a lot of guys, you just bring your own stuff and you put it in your locker. So I would hope that they would be doing the exact same thing when they get to Orlando as well.
All right, I'm not done yet. Feel like I'm doing an old Johnny Carson routine. This is more hygiene stuff, I got to get this one in. Players will also be advised to stop fiddling so much with their mouth guards. No fiddling with mouth guards. Okay? This is more hygiene stuff. The league wants players to cut down on all high fives, fist bumps, and hugs. No hugging. No fist bumps, no high fives, and to maintain at least 6 feet of distance from one another, at least when they're not on the court.
Hey, well, they didn't say you can't, do the little elbow thing, right? That's what we adopted to in the last couple months instead of high fives and fist bumps.
No high fives, no fist bumps. Elbow bumps are okay,
you throw that chicken wing out there and with the elbow bump.
Yeah.
The mouth guard situation, I don't know why guys even play with their mouth guard personally. I mean, I've never played with a mouth guard in my mouth in college or in the NFL. I just thought that it restricted me from breathing. But as far as, the guys that constantly take out their mouthpiece, or you'll see them put it behind their ear in the middle of a timeout or something like that, or, with football, you see them put it on their face mask. I've always thought that that's kind of weird, because what if you forget to put it in and you're used to it? I mean, in the middle player, you're going to grab it, reach up to grab it. But with a lot of things circulating throughout the air, if you could put it in your mouth and just leave it in your mouth until you get off of the playing court or the field, that would be best, and that would help out.
Okay, they're going to make game rooms available, player lounge at each hotel. There'll be ping pong, but again, no doubles. NBA 2K, pool, dominoes, golf, swimming, fishing, the potential for other water sports, movie screenings, concerts, running trails, bike rides, and other excursions. Very exciting. Physical distancing is difficult while playing cards. There you go. They address that. They don't miss a thing. The NBA specifically says players must wear face masks if they choose to play poker, let's say. Do you play poker?
Yeah, I play poker.
If you were an NBA player, you'd have to wear a face mask while playing poker. They must throw away the deck of cards after the game is concluded. Throw away the deck. Get a new deck.
Yeah.
We talked about no caddies on a golf course, no sharing goggles or snorkels in the swimming pool, and a bonus of sorts for teams that survive the first round of the playoffs. Guess each team that advances into the conference semifinals will have the option of reserving up to 17 additional hotel rooms for invited guests, and those guests can be anyone, spouses, children, friends, massage therapists, provided they fulfill a litany of participation requirements that range from signing waivers to undergoing rigid testing protocols. They must also quarantine both before and after arriving on campus. And I want to get to the tip line before we go to the NHL. Here's the tip line. The league says it will encourage anyone on campus to report violations, or some might say snitch, of any protocols via an anonymous hotline. Players will also be allowed to report potential violations through their teams or the Players Association. Violations, of course, are a big no-no, Orlando, which could lead to disciplinary action. Failure to adhere to the protocols, according to the guide, can result in a warning, fine, suspension, or removal from the campus for players and staff. Guests of players are also liable to be kicked off the campus if they're found to be in violation of protocols.
I like it.
There you go.
I like it. To be honest with you, Sandy, I mean, especially when you're talking about, if you advance past the first round and now teams are awarded 17 rooms and players could, bring in their friends and things like that, you got to hold everybody accountable, especially with guys that have families that are already going to be down there, right? So I like it. I think that it's a step in the right direction to get back and playing, because when you look at all these other sports, football has kind of been the sport where there's always been a lot of rules. There's always been a lot of discipline. There's always been a curfew and things like that. You don't just get to go on the road and run wild. With basketball and hockey, typically these games start off later on. And in this format with, hockey having two hub cities and the NBA being out down there in Orlando, there should be curfews on some of these guys for the simple fact that they're going to be playing games a lot earlier than they're used to. There's no longer a 6 p.m. start. There's games. There's going to be games that are running all throughout the day in order to get this thing done. So I think that they're taking the right measures. I think that some of the rules are, they didn't have to. You didn't have to put some of these rules in. What rules do you think they're not going to follow, Sandy?
Just about all of them.
I don't snorkeling. Don't share your snorkel. Don't share your eyeglasses. That's something that you should not even have to say. As far as not showering, if you're not allowed to shower, you're not allowed to shower. It's what it is. What are they not going to follow?
This is almost satirical. And listen, the NBA, I know their hearts are in the right place. I really do. It's impractical to expect. Harbaugh said that the coaches and the teams couldn't follow the football rules. And there weren't 113 pages of those. He said they couldn't follow those. It was humanly impossible. I think that was his quote. Nobody's going to follow all these rules to the T.
Well, what rule specifically, Sandy? That's what I'm asking you, because when I look at football, when I look at football, when I look at me, hold on, Sandy, hold on. When I look at football, when I look at going to now playing for the National Football League, you get into training camp. And for a football player, you wake up at 6:30 in the morning and you're at that facility all day. So if you're having activities going each and every day and you're having different security guards around, it's going to make it a lot easier to police these things. And then if you throw a curfew on top of that, it's going to be so much more easy.
Anonymous tip line.
That's a good thing. If somebody is breaking the rules, you have somebody say something.
Snitches.
Yeah, I anticipate there's going to be a lot of that.
I just think they are unenforceable. Now, the hygiene stuff.
People want to finish this league. People want to finish this season, put it to bed as quick as possible. They're going to adhere to as much rules as they can, and there is going to be a lot of snitching. I anticipate that for sure, because people are going to say, you know what, I don't want to be jeopardizing this, and we're just here trying to win the championship and get out of here as quick as possible. And then I got to go home to my family and things like that. So there is going to be a snitch fest. Absolutely.
They're not going to follow it. Nobody is going to follow all these things.
Well, if you say so, Sandy. I mean, guys want to get this year done and get home as quick as possible.
I'll bet 30% don't want to play, Orlando, and that's the other thing. In all seriousness, I think a lot of players are looking at this as, I'm not playing. This is ridiculous.
So there's not going to be
all these restrictions. And then they're telling us, oh, it's safe, you'll be healthy and everything. Well, then why do you need 113 pages of restrictions? Nobody's going to read this thing. Okay. Nobody. Are you going to say it's like reading the Mueller report? Yet nobody's going to read all of this and be up to speed. And I'm not just saying players. Coaches aren't going to read 113 pages of stuff. Yes, they will practice common sense physical distancing.
That's why you have your PR staff. That's why
but
you have
where
your staff
you wear
that
face
comes
covering,
in and
they
sits
won't
there
follow
and tells
it.
you,
The PR
hey,
guys won't
this
read
is what's
it
going
either.
on. You think
guys
NFL players read rule changes? No, you have a team meeting and they go over it. You sit there and they go over it.
This
they
is
say, hey,
more
we're
than
going
that,
over
O.
this. And
This
that's
is
exactly what's going to happen in
113
this.
pages.
They're going to go over it. In order to start league, something's going to be mandated where you have to go over it. You're not just going to open up the league and say, here's the real book, and you're responsible of reading the rules, and hopefully
Nobody's
you read it.
going to do it.
They're going to find a way to make sure if this does get put through, you best believe that every one of these rules are going to be talked about. You're going to have multiple meetings
they
where
may get
these
talked
things
about,
are pointed
nobody's
out.
going to follow.
It's what
Nobody's
happened in
gonna
NFL.
follow
It's
all
what
of
happened all the time in the NFL, each and every year, Sandy. You think, like I said, every year there's changes, there's rule changes in the NFL.
You were
and every
asking
year
me to
that you
explain
sit down
the mask
in a
thing.
meeting, and then when you sit down in a meeting each and every year, those are when you go over those rules. As a players, they don't tell you, here's the rules, read it and make sure you understand it. No.
You were asking me about the face
that's
mask
not the case.
deal.
What
and
face mask
that's
deal?
pretty simple. And you were asking, that was confusing. I agree.
What
It's
face
somewhat
mask deal?
confusing. The face mask. Well, you have to wear them at all times except when you don't.
Yes, and
Sandy,
they're going to go
you think
over
people are going
that.
to take out a tape measure?
I was asking you
6
something.
feet?
You told me something, so I'm going to ask you a question to get clarification. Just like there's going to be clarification with these teams.
They'll never
when these
follow it.
rules
You
come
think
out,
they've got
whenever
tape
you
measures?
agree on rules, there will be clarification.
Come on. You think people are taking out tape measures and measuring 6 feet of physical
Obviously, they're
distance?
not going to do that, Sandy. That would be stupid and ridiculous. But
That's
as
what they're
far
saying
as
you have to do,
going
though.
over the rules, you are going to have time and find time when you're in these hub cities to create meetings for them to go over whether this rule book is 113 pages or it gets knocked down to 90 pages or it gets ramped up to 150 pages. There is going to be time designed for these teams now to go over these rules.
Okay. This is exactly what we talked about early on in this process. And if they need a 113-page handbook, it ain't safe. By definition, it ain't safe. And players are already saying various things about returning to play. More NBA than NHL, which we'll talk about next. It's been, 95 days now since the NHL hit pause on the 1920 season because of the pandemic. And, of course, the cancellations, postponement around the world of sports continue. Continuous nuggets, though, according to ESPN, of new information regarding the potential resumption of the NHL season, the draft, the playoffs, how it all affects next year. And this is why I think Bettman's done a pretty good job. I think hockey's the one sport that could really change its scheduling format, start in January, finish late July. It keeps them away from the National Football League to a great extent. And
you're taking a lot of baseball time, Sandy.
Orderly process.
Taking up a lot of baseball time, though, Sandy.
Baseball's dying for reasons we enumerated yesterday. I don't think the NHL is worried about baseball. I think within the next 5 years, the NHL is going to be bigger than baseball, but we will see about that. Okay, teams had the chance to open their facilities this past week. This is phase 2 of its return to play protocol. About a dozen teams reopened. Players tested for COVID-19 before returning to the facilities. They'll be tested twice weekly going forward.
Yeah. So a bunch of players got tested, or everybody got tested, but in order to reopen, and then now they got to be tested twice weekly moving forward. I like what hockey's doing, Sandy, because, when you talk about going from phase 1 to phase 2, phase 2 to phase 3, everything is a vote, and everything is they're hearing what the players want to hear.
Like
it's an open line of communication where that dialogue is open. So when you have that, you're really able to address some issues that are right when the players say, hey, listen, we're not feeling this or we're not feeling that. You could really address that and try to create a solution. So I love how, Gary Bettman and how he's running this thing right now and trying to get back to play.
We talked about it in the last segment. Significant pushback from a group of NBA players on their return to play. I don't know what the percentages are, and I don't know when I see Kyrie Irving leading any movement, I have questions about it. But let's say there are 20% of the players who don't want to play, think they have more important business to tend to, although I think that's a bit of a crock. As I mentioned the other day, some of the great athletic stars of the 60s, major sports stars of the 60s, engaged in social justice practices while they were playing. But there may be 15, 20% who don't want to play because they think if it takes the NBA 113 pages to outline everything you can and can't do, then it really isn't safe by definition, and they don't want to play on principle. They just don't feel safe. They don't feel they'll be able to stay healthy. They're playing in Florida, which is right now a hot spot for renewed outbreaks of COVID-19. There doesn't seem to be as much resistance in the NHL. I saw one veteran player, I think from Dallas the other day, say that he's not going to play, but he said his age is a factor in that. He's nearing the end of his career. This is Jordy Ben of the Vancouver Canucks. A lot of guys have kids around the league, and they're already saying there's no way I'm not going to see my family for 2 months.
Yeah, and a lot of guys have kids that are getting ready to be born, right? And what do you mean I can't see my family? Like, how does that look? When people will sit there and, the first pregnancy, a lot of times it's not planned, but some people do plan pregnancies, and they try to plan it around, okay, well, at this time we're supposed to be in the off season, so I will make sure that I'm there for all the appointments in the third trimester, or I'll make sure that at least that I'm there for when our child is being brought into this world. So when you look at certain situations like that, there's going to be pushback with anything that you do. But where hockey is advancing and where hockey is standing out is, like I said, with, going into phase 1, and then phase 1 to phase 2, and then phase 2 to phase 3, and then phase 3 all the way till you're playing.
Right.
A lot of this is a vote, and it's open line of communication.
Yeah,
There's some back and forth
true.
that's going on.
And I want to mention Jamie Ben did add, hey, it's not a deal breaker on this Hub City arrangement. This is the business we're in. So I think there'll be fewer divisions on the hockey front. And you've wondered about the Hub City contest. That's sort of a contest, I guess, competition for who will be the Hub City. Las Vegas is pretty obviously going to be one, and that's a western city, of course. They'll have to be an eastern city. They'll put the eastern teams in the west, so Las Vegas won't have home ice advantage, and the western teams in the east. The eastern city could well be Toronto. That's where hockey is most popular in Canada, and you want those Canadian TV viewers, certainly. It looks like, does that sit well with you, Las Vegas, as at least one of the hub cities that looks to be a virtual certainty?
Yeah, I like Las Vegas because when you just look at the size of some of these hotels and the different towers, one of my favorite hotels in Las Vegas is the Cosmo. Well, there's two huge towers. You could literally go in there and as the NHL and Gary Bettman could say, hey, listen, we're going to shut down the Cosmo. We're going to hold all our teams in here, all the support staff, just in these two towers. And now you have restaurants and things like that. And a lot of things, or you could stay on campus for a lot of things. There's not a lot of leaving. Yeah, if you want to go golf, you got to leave, or you want to try a different restaurant. But I think you could police it a little bit better in Las Vegas because everybody's just in these two hotels, in the Cosmo, these two towers, and you don't have to spread it out because I know they're talking about, if it would be Las Vegas, that the Vegas Knights will probably have to go to the Eastern City because they're talking about little advantages and things like that. But so I know those things are the issue, but at the same time, there's so much to do in that hotel, and there's so much to do right there around where within walking distance where I think you could really police it really well.
I just think Bettman's done a great job in all this. I think he's always made allowances for disruptions, things that could go wrong, things that they can't account for. And you've mentioned it a couple of times, constant communication with the Players Association. I know the NHL lost a season. They're the only sport in the history of major professional sports to lose an entire season, although baseball may be following them. That was back in 04-05. But since then, seemingly relations have been pretty good between the Players Association and the National Hockey League. When we come back, we'll hear from Terrell Davis talking about the Denver Broncos 2020 and ESPN's very interesting look back on the last decade for all 32 teams. And we'll focus on the Broncos a little bit later on, where they're going. Who's been the worst Bronco team of the last decade? None of the teams Orlando Franklin played on, to be sure. The best team, I think at least two of the three teams Orlando Franklin played on. We'll talk about that next. Mile High Memories, presented by ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Episode 7, taking a look at John Elway's 1990s. With Jim Armstrong joining Raj Sharon and yours truly. It drops this weekend. Episode 6 on October is available now wherever you download your podcasts or at 1043thefan.com. We had the fans vote, as always, this week. And since it was episode 7, we knew we would be taking a look at number 7's career in the 1980s here in Denver, which included 3 Super Bowl appearances in 4 years. Not terribly glorious ones, as you all know, but also the drive game in Cleveland and the Elway-Reeves feud, which developed as the decade progressed. Then there was the feel-good story of the 1990s. That's what you voted for, with Elway getting back to the Super Bowl with the Broncos following the 1997 season and winning the Super Bowl after 14 years of AFC, or 13 years, I guess it was, of AFC futility at the Super Bowl. The Broncos finally broke the AFC losing streak and then repeated the next year. John Elway retiring quite emotionally in the spring of 99. And then there was Orlando's preference, John Elway for roughly a decade now as the Broncos' lead executive here. And
I don't know why we were
you
kidding
preferred
ourselves.
that one.
I don't know why we were kidding ourselves, Sandy. Obviously, the fans were going to vote on,
The
two
feel-good.
two Super Bowls, right?
Yeah.
I mean, him as a player, 2 Super Bowls. But real quick, I want to say this because it's hilarious. Me and my wife, we were just texting about, getting dinner tonight.
Yeah.
And a text message, 3 text messages come in back to back. And she obviously is trying to text somebody else because this one text message says, I'm trying to plan a nice brunch for Orlando next Saturday with his friends and a surprise present. What do you think? Question mark. That's nice, right? And then the following text message is oh, dang, and then it's damn it. And then you could tell that she realized that she screwed up and sent it to me. So I'm laughing hysterically in this message right now.
She knows a lot more about communicating that way than I do. I'm glad she messes up.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. All right. We've got a piece that ran on ESPN Plus, which we'll get to in a little while. And basically what they did was they took a look at the trends over the last decade for each of the 32 teams in the NFL. It's kind of interesting for the Broncos. And, you'll like this because clearly the best teams of the decade were the ones you played on in 2012, and they would argue in 2014. At least regular season. Now, I know you fell in the playoffs both years, but in the regular season, those are the best balanced teams, according to Football Outsiders' DVOA measurement. And those are the 2 teams that finished in the top 5, both offensively and defensively in terms of efficiency. So there's some interesting things there on the Broncos. But Terrell Davis was on Woody Page's podcast this week, Unmuted. That's the Woody Page podcast. And TD, as he has over the last few weeks, asked about Drew Lock, talking about Drew Lock, and saying that Lock has the it factor, and clearly players want to play not only alongside him, but for him.
I'm excited about Drew. I think if you're a Broncos fan, you have to be excited about what you saw. We saw a young, sort of, gunslinger. I like the way that his teammates respond to him. His personality, he's got that energy, he's got that what we call the it factor. He's a guy that when you play him on that field, you want to play for. He's going to play for you. He's going to give you all he's got. And so now you throw that, you put Jerry Jeudy, you can draft a receiver, right? You got Hamler. So you're getting speed in the draft. You still got Cortland Sutton, big receiver there. You still got Noah Fant. So the weapons that I see the Broncos getting, you bring in Melvin Gordon from the Chargers, you still got Phillip Lindsay. They are trying to match strength on strength. And that's what you have to have.
Yeah. That's what we continue to hear. The Broncos are trying to match strength on strength. And when everybody is referring to that, they're talking about the world champs, right? They're talking about the division champs. They're talking about the Super Bowl MVP. They're talking about a guy that has an NFL MVP as well. And I do think that the Broncos, when you look at pound for pound, and you look at all the skill positions, at the tight end position, I think the Broncos are in a better situation than Kansas City is. As far as, Noah Fant hasn't evolved fully into the player that he is, and he hasn't surpassed Travis Kelce. But as a group, I'm saying, Sandy, as a tight end group, I will take the Broncos tight end group. I would take the Broncos, the combination of Beck, Vanette, Noah Fant, Alberto. I'm taking that over who Kansas City has, because I know they got Travis Kelce, but there's not a lot of more. Just
Travis Kelce's, along with George Kittle, they're the two best tight ends in sport.
Hear me out, Sandy. Yes, they are the two best tight ends in sport, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, okay, when I go two tight ends, or okay, when I go big personnel, and when I go in my jumbo formation with, now I'm putting three tight ends out there. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of putting, Andrew Beck in the backfield and having him zip and kick out and the blocking scheme that we're going to see the Broncos adapt with the traps and things like that. With now you have a tight end also come in on your stutters and he's looping up to the backfield. That's just the aspect I'm looking at as far as a whole. Travis Kelce's the best tight end out of the group, Sandy. I'm just talking about when you look at their tight end room and the Broncos tight end room. I think the Broncos tight end room is deeper than KC's tight end room. And in a sport where there is multiple injuries, I got to take that into effect as well. When I look at the wide receivers, I think the Broncos we don't know about KJ Hamler. We hear about Jerry Jeudy, but I think that KC still, their receiver room, I think KC still outmatches them. When I look at the running backs, I think that they're very. I think that KC. I don't know how you get better than that. I look at Williams last year, and I look at now them drafting Edward Helaire. That's going to be a great 1-2 punch. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is a great quarterback, and obviously Drew Lock is going to continue to develop. But what I won't take over. What I won't even consider taking over as far as KC's team versus the Broncos is the offensive line, because they got Eric Fisher at the left tackle position, good quality left tackle in this league. Not the greatest, not a top 5, but a top 10 guy, very serviceable. And they got Mitchell Schwartz at the right tackle position, where just cut on the film with Von Miller, right, going against KC twice a year. And tell me the last time he's had a successful game or a double-digit sack game or even 1.5 sacks against KC.
With you on any
right?
of that. You're really straight. You're trying to find one position group where the Broncos might have an advantage, and you're talking about Noah Fant, who did come on a little bit at the end of last year, but is still light years away from being an elite tight end. Doesn't block at all, and I know Kelce's blocking is not his strength, but he's a better blocker than Fant is. Vanette is basically just a blocker, let's be honest. I mean, you can...
Vanette, Beck, they're blockers.
Beck, yeah, they're blockers. Alberto, to me, that's boom or bust.
That's your mismatch.
He's either really going to be good or he's going to be no factor at all. And, again, the biggest advertisement for Alberto is he was Drew Lock's teammate at Missouri. Well, okay, that's nice, but we've seen college quarterbacks combine with receivers or tight ends they played with in college, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a different level of play. I don't know how much 2 tight end or 3 tight end formations the Broncos will be using this year. It's going to be 1 back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers a vast majority of the time. I understand what they're doing, but I think more realistically, the Raiders feel and the Chargers feel that they have offensive teams that can challenge the Chiefs. And I think everybody agrees that at the end of the day, you've got to average between 24, 27 points. You need at least 24 to 27 points when you're playing Kansas City in order to win. So everybody's striving to get there. Are the Broncos ahead of the Chargers in that respect? I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Same with the Raiders. I think it's pretty tight. All three teams are looking to do the same thing. Fight fire with fire.
Yes. And when I look at all three teams, when I look at all three teams, I think that all three teams' offensive line is in better shape than the Broncos' offensive line. You can fight fire with fire at the skill position, but you cannot evaluate the skill position without the offensive line. It just cannot. You cannot say that Melvin Gordon is going to go out there and have 100 yards rushing and a total of 140 yards from scrimmage on a day without the offensive line playing well. And you can't, with Cortland Sutton, in order to put up a 100-yard game, that offensive line needs to be blocking for Drew Lock and making him feel comfortable back there. So when I do look at all three teams, I'm excited about the Broncos from a receiving and a pass catching standpoint. Not excited when you look at this division just at the offensive line. And, a large part of that is because of the tackles. I know who the tackles are with every other team. Oakland spent a high draft pick with the kid Miller a couple years ago. He did a decent job at the right tackle position, but last year started to come along later on in the season at left tackle, after they decided to get rid of Donald Penn. And Oakland has spent a ton of money and invested a lot in that offensive line. With the Chargers now, you look at, them signing Bulaga, and Bulaga was the second best right tackle out there next to Conklin. And largely Conklin because of how much younger he is and more durability.
More
Bulaga's
durable, less
banged
injury
up.
prone.
Yeah, less injury prone. And Bulaga's been a little bit banged up the last couple years in his career out there in Green Bay. And then you go to Kansas City, and they're set with their tackles.
Right.
So I'm still a big believer, Sandy, that this team just goes as far as this offensive line takes them. You could get all the receivers, all the toys that you want, but if guys can't go out there and block their guy and make Drew Lock feel comfortable, he's going to be skittish back there. And when you get a run-happy quarterback that wants to go out there and he's thinking that, hey, I have to scramble, I have to get down the field. Sometimes you might miss things, but also you're not putting that quarterback at risk from taking a huge hit.
Well, you'll be glad to know that TD on this podcast Unmuted, the Woody Page podcast, seems to agree with us when he's talking about how best to handle the Chiefs.
It is no longer saying our defense is going to hold the Chiefs to 25 points. It is going into a game knowing we have to outscore them. We have to battle them, be able to go point for point. Any team in our division has to deal with that. Chargers, the Raiders, we need to deal with that. And I know John Elway is picking his team based off that need. So I'm encouraged by it. I like the way we entered our season.
Yeah.
So, Orlando, does this mean that TD, Elway, you and I all agree?
I think
we're all brothers in arms.
I
as
think
far
for
as
the
philosophy
first time,
is concerned.
I think for the first time in the history of this
Except
show, in the history of my radio career, and maybe in the history of your radio career that goes back decades, Sandy, I think we all might be on the same page.
We're all on the same page. Okay, but I think where the point of disagreement comes is on the point you just made about the tackles. And if you have the worst tackle combination in the division, it's going to be hard to win the division. It's even going to be hard to finish second in the division because the other teams are saying, hey, we got weapons too. And your weapons may be a little better than ours, but we've got guys who can pass protect. We've got guys who can run block. And this gets us to the point about the Bronco offense over the last 10 years. I'm going to read their efficiency rankings to you over the last 10 years. 1 year, 2010, you weren't here yet. Broncos were 15th. Middle of the pack. Their weakness was on defense. They were 30th that year in defensive efficiency. Your rookie year, 23rd on offense, 18th on defense, but during that 6-game winning streak, you were a lot better than that on both sides of the ball. Then you get to 2012, 2nd and 5th, 2013, 1st and 15th. First on offense, 15th on defense, and your last year here, 3rd and 4th.
Really?
Yeah.
14 season was that good?
They were a good regular season team, especially the first half of 2014. Slipped a little the second half. Manning struggled a little bit. That was the half of the season that included that game in St. Louis where you kind of got crushed and changed your philosophy and became more of a running team than a passing team. But here are the offensive ratings since you left Orlando, and you should take great pride in this. Efficiency rating on offense in the 5 years the Broncos have played, the last 5 years, without Orlando Franklin at either right tackle or left guard. 25th, 28th, 31st, 14th in 2018. But the Broncos had 3 or 4 really big scoring games in 2018, and that pushed them up into the top half of the league. And then last year, 26th. You know, it's a pretty big jump to go from 26 back into the top 10. The last time the Broncos were a top 10 offense, you were playing right guard. The last time, left guard, you were playing right tackle the last time the Broncos had the best offense.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, I just think about, what has happened since then. Go to the Chargers for 2 years, go to the Saints, blow my knee out, end the season off in Washington, then start OTAs the following season, and I'm in Washington, and then I end up retiring, and I feel like I've retired ages ago. So it's crazy now when you put this on paper. You're seeing the last time this offense has been even a top 10, it's been 2014.
Yes.
Even in 2018, it's 14th in the league, and you could be. I guess you could be happy or somewhat, that smiling about something like that. But there's still 13 offenses that play better, and if you're not scoring a lot of points, you're not going to really have an opportunity to win this division. So now you could really see why you've missed the playoffs for so long, why you haven't been able to get back there and enter the postseason, but also, you really put in perspective of, why Kansas City has been so good in this division when you're just seeing, you got to be able to. The Broncos are trying to adopt a philosophy right now, Sandy, where they're trying to fight fire with fire, and I would be interested to see what Kansas City's offense was in 2018 when the Broncos' offense was only was ranked 14th that year.
Well, yeah, and we'll get to that in just a second. But I want to get just quick synopsis.
Oh, sorry, I know what the Kansas City. That's 2018. That's when Patrick Mahomes threw for 50 touchdowns. That year. Yeah. I'm sorry. I think that was. Yeah. I know what they were ranked that year. Sorry.
Now you look at the defense here in Denver the last 5 years. There's only 1 year where they haven't been top 10. This is starting in 2015 through last year. First, 10th, 5th, and last year 13th, although they were 10th in scoring defense last year. This is overall efficiency considering the quality of the opposition. And here are a couple of the points that Aaron Schatz makes on ESPN.com. It's in the ESPN Plus section. On offense, yes, as you might know, a gentleman by the name of Peyton Manning showed up in 2012 and made Denver one of the best offenses in the league for 3 years, or more accurately 2.5 years, 12-13, and the first half of 2014. The Broncos declined by the second half of 2014, and then Manning's performance, as they say, imploded in his final NFL season. 16 and 17, the Simeon years. Broncos got what you usually get when you give the job to a seventh-round pick with very little experience. Perked up in 18, but mostly due to the running game, not to Case Keenum, but to Philip Lindsay, which is why Philip Lindsay, understandably, I think, is a little bit torqued off that the Broncos made such an aggressive push to bring in Melvin Gordon, and in fact did that. Bronco offense played the easiest schedule of opposing defenses over the decade. That's not terribly relevant. Outlook for 2020 on offense. Here's what they say. Broncos will be depending on big second-year improvement from Drew Lock. They're also likely to have 3 rookie starters in a year that might have truncated training camps. It could be a challenge. Well, you've talked about that. You're worried most about the shortened training camp.
Yeah.
What kind of challenge?
I'm worried about
a team that's going to be starting 3 rookies. Okay, Judy's going to start. Cushenberry's going to start. If the Broncos go 3 wides, Hamler's going to start. right?
But even other guys, Sandy, even the second-year guys as well. Dalton Reiser, this is a new playbook. Completely new playbook that you got to learn. And with Garrett Bowles, this is one more time that you got to see Garrett Bowles now learn a new playbook. And, Juwan James at last year, only 63 snaps. So this is another new playbook. And there's just a lot of question marks for when I look at this Broncos offense, especially how young they are, but the added pressures of learning a new playbook. With young guys, this playbook is unlike anything that you've ever seen. I promise you that. When in college, it was so you probably learned your playbook was probably a fifth of what you have to learn in the NFL, and the concepts are so much more different. And even when you game plan in college and you're playing against even, say, an LSU, say a Clemson, typically those defenses only play maybe 3 different styles of defense or 3 different defensive calls all game, Sandy. Now you could see that in 3 plays in the NFL. So you got to be able to think fast and be moving on your feet. And a lot of these plays that you're calling, it's different route run-ins because of the alignment of the defense or because what the defense is playing versus man-to-man versus zone. So I think with young guys that's going to take a while, and not having OTAs, not having the offseason, how long is training camp really going to be? And what is your approach when training camp does start? Are you just hitting the core plays or your bread and butter that you think and what Drew Lock did well? Like, when do you try to implement new plays and new styles? Because you're not going to have a ton of time where normally you have OTAs and you're here for 9 weeks, and that's your trial and error, and you're going against your defense, and you're matching up and seeing things that you do really well. When you get into the training camp, it's almost like you got to start game planning week to week. You're going to have to go to a different style that you never had to do before.
When we come back, Cecil Lammy will join us. Brace yourselves, and we'll talk with Cecil, who is forecasting this week that Bradley Chubb should win, not has a chance to win, should win Defensive Comeback Player of the Year honors in 2020. That's next. Time now for a weekly visit with Cecil Lammey of 1043thefan.com. And, of course, Cecil combines on the highly successful nighttime program from 7 to 10 with Nick Ferguson right here on Sports Radio 1043 The Fan. I want to get into this first because I want to get you and Orlando fighting right away.
Is that your goal every week, Sandy?
Well, I'm the wedge driver here, and that is my goal. But I am basing this on what you actually wrote, and I was fascinated to read it, as I have been all your under pressure pieces at 1043thefan.com. And this year, this week, you focus on Malik Reed, who had the task of basically filling in for Bradley Chubb, whom you love, and we'll get to that in a minute. But you say there is pressure on Malik Reed, and you felt that although he had his moments, he really didn't do the job, and that competition behind Chubb is wide open now.
Yeah, and that's the thing when I go into this under pressure series, I go, okay, who's on the roster? Who needs to prove something? Malik Reed isn't under pressure to make the 53-man roster. I don't believe so. He probably should. But he definitely needs to prove something and prove more than what he did last year. I know the headline was like disappointing season, and that's gotten some pushback on social networking, people saying like, he wasn't disappointing. What did you expect? I expected more. And I'm not saying 10 sacks from the guy, but gone are the days when this team had a first-rounder in Shane Ray as a backup and Shaq Barrett, a guy who, I don't know, could get about 20 sacks in a year. And I know there were seasons where Barrett himself had 2 sacks, just like Reed did last year. But when you look at pressure, when you look at causing pressure, still it was Von Miller who led the league in interceptions and incompletions caused by his pressure. On the flip side of that, you didn't get much. Jerry Atacho, and I always mispronounce his name, so I'm sorry, Jerry.
Atacho. He was my teammate, yeah.
Okay, well, Jerry's fantastic, right? He's that veteran guy, comes in, he's got that length, got that hustle. He made that impact. If Malik Reed looked like Atacho, then we'd be talking about something. But instead, you're talking about a guy that was undersized, got short arms. You know Orlando, how he treats those guys with just short arms, right? You just can't get around to big body tackles like big Orlando Franklin out there. So with Malik Reed, it's like, okay, you're quick off the line when you guess the snap. But you don't have multiple moves to get after the passer. You don't have elite speed. You do have quickness and a little bit of bend. I've got to see more. So under pressure to make the 53, maybe not, but definitely under pressure to do more as a backup.
Okay, I'm glad that you clarified that. Thanks for the plug, too, throwing me out there with the big offensive tackle. It's not going to save you, though, Cecil, because I look at Malik Reed. He was a first-year player, Cecil, undrafted. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the production that we got out of him last year, quite frankly, I was surprised he even got 2 sacks, to be honest with you, because what he struggled with was now going into his secondary pass rush move, transitioning to that.
Yes.
So he looks like he has a plan, and then once that plan doesn't work and it's shut down, he didn't know how now to get to that secondary pass rush move. And that comes with time. That comes with playing. And he got a little banged up last year, but I was quite surprised that he even got to the quarterback personally. And a lot of that because of how young he was, how inexperienced he was. There was a reason why he wasn't drafted, and then he gets thrown in the fire. With Jeremiah Atacho, well, Jeremiah was a second-round pick out of Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Jeremiah played a ton out there with the Chargers, being a second-round pick. Got all the opportunities in the world, then left there, spent a little bit of time in San Fran, spent a little bit of time with the Jets, and this guy has been bouncing around. So I think with Jeremiah, because of how much football he's played, he's not more as raw as Malik Reed was, especially last year. But he does need to take that sophomore jump. I will agree with you on that one.
And he's got the competition now as well. And one thing I also bring up, and I'd be fascinated in Sandy as well, of course, like pass rushers aren't 235 pounds anymore. They're just not, okay? Yeah. God bless them, but gone are the days. Just think of how rare Von Miller is, right? And I've always said this about Von, like, guys look like Khalil Mack. They look like Bradley Chubb. They look like Jadeveon Clowney. They're 275 pounds. Pass rushers it's a bigger, stronger, faster league, period, and younger. So when Malik Reed comes in, he's like a throwback. You know how Shane Ray wasn't a bad pick. Hell, I don't even think Shane Ray was a bad player. He was just out of time. And not out of time in terms of like, he ran out of time. No, it was just that era for a 230-pound pass rusher, that's gone. And that's where Reed, he can put a little more sand in his pants, but he's still like 240. What's Tachow? Why do I always mispronounce it?
Tachow.
Like 250.
Yeah,
he's
like 250, 255 probably.
Yeah, so now he's 255. I mean, that's much more. That size can come into play. You've got to have that secondary move, and that's where Reed can pick up some of that savvy. And I'll be looking forward to it, right? The guy flashed in preseason. He flashed in training camp. But I need to see more. And then we got to see who else they have against him, whether it's guys like, are they going to try Justin Sternaudt outside?
Right.
Are they going to keep Justin Hollins outside, or are they going to both be inside guys? Like, a lot of question marks remaining. And one thing we can all admit, this is where we come together, Sandy, put the wedge driver away. We're going to get the acoustic guitar like Rick Neuheisel, get around a campfire and sing Kumbaya. This team is light on pass rushers. They're light on pass. So, hey, the Vic Fangio defense, hey, get after the quarterback. Yeah, that's true. God forbid anybody needs a breather, though. You're light on pass rushers. You need some help.
I agree with you. And this gets us to Bradley Chubb. And I know we stopped talking about this last year after Chubb got hurt. It didn't come up anymore. But as you labeled him in 60 Seconds with Cecil, he's the Khalil Mack of this defense, and we know Vic Fangio loves Khalil Mack. Could it be that Vic Fangio, and maybe he has company in this regard, look at even this year, but especially at the long term, and they think the best pass rusher, the leader of our defense, the best player on our defense, if not this year, then over the next several seasons after this year, that guy's going to be Bradley Chubb, not Von Miller, not even Justin Simmons. Our guy is going to be Bradley Chubb. He's our best player.
Yeah, and then you build things around him. I mean, what we're looking at in 2020, and this is very delicate, we might be looking at the last season of Von Miller in a Broncos uniform.
Sure.
I mean, the language of the NFL is money, and if you tell me next year he's got a $22 million cap hit and $4 million in dead money, yeah, they could get out of that if they needed to, right, and put the money elsewhere. You got to pay Justin Simmons in a month, right? You're going to have to be paying Cortland Sutton. I'd rather pay that guy early rather than late. Then all these second-round – keep hitting on second-round picks, but, I mean, my God, start budgeting for this, right? Stop paying Bryce Callahan so much money. Like, you've got some second-round picks that you feel pretty good about, starting with Sutton leading the way. No fifth-year option there for guys like that. So you've got some money to deal with, some money issues to deal with, and let alone then Bradley Chubb when his deal comes up, and he should get that monster deal like Von Miller did back in the day. So it's a transition time. Bradley Chubb we're all excited about. Could be comeback player of the year this year, could be a Pro Bowl player. And you look at Khalil Mack under Vic Fangio. Again, it's not about the sack totals. It was 10 and 12.5, respectively, in 2 years with Vic Fangio. It's about the pressures. Yeah. Making quarterbacks uncomfortable. See Chubb do that this year.
See, so real quick before we let you run, how do you feel about these pop-up practices that have been organized and a lot of offensive players have been out there? And if you do feel good about them, how do you now be cautious of not creating bad habits, especially for these young wide receivers?
Yeah, for the young wide receivers and still for that young quarterback. I mean, his footwork was an issue last year. It's something I've talked to Drew about a million times, talked to his dad about it. Like, okay, clean up that footwork. Footwork timing's got to be better. And that's where the timing helps. That's why I see it as a positive. And certainly, it's better than the damn beach volleyball with Big Truss, right? With Lamar Jackson. Who's parking the jet ski there, man? This is Big Truss. You're playing. And by the way, whoever says yes, hey, guys, you want to play some beach football? No, you're Lamar Jackson. You're the best player in the game. We're going to get our ass kicked. Like, who says yes to this? So I feel good about the organized workouts, the high school or whatever park, wherever they're at for the Broncos. Yeah. And that's a lot better than the beach football. Please, Lamar Jackson, put him in bubble wrap. Just please be safe because I love watching that kid play.
Thanks a lot, Cecil. We appreciate you.
Be good,
as
fellas.
Always. All right, coming up next, the Fan Film Room. I believe this is our last installment as we look at Week 10 of last year, the Chiefs and Titans going at it, and what may have been one of the better games of the year. And, of course, these two teams would meet again in the playoffs, but the result during the regular season was very interesting. The game was terrific. as we look at ways that the Broncos in particular might attack the Kansas City Chiefs and leave them a little vulnerable in 2020. That's next. not only do I love Alex Gibbs in that intro, I love the music behind it because that's usually upbeat music when teams are doing good things. NFL films, that's usually the kind of music that teams are doing good things. And with the music in back of Alex Gibbs is just doing a rip job, and it's terrific. All right, our fan film room, and I believe this is our final installment. Kansas City Chiefs at the Tennessee Titans. It's Week 10, and the Titans basically have to win this game. They're a 5-point underdog, but they're only 5-5. I think even coming out of this game, the Chiefs at 6-4. So both teams really take off, and nobody imagines this game at Nissan Stadium is going to be a playoff preview. Right? The AFC Championship game, because these two teams are struggling a little bit at this point. But the game's more important to the Titans, and it's 10-0 Kansas City after one quarter. And you look at the way things are going, and, boy, you know Tennessee has to make a big defensive play somewhere to get back into the game. And I think the big play of this game is the Rashaan Evans pickup of the Williams fumble and the return 53 yards for a touchdown that puts them ahead 13-10. Now they do get behind again at 19-13, at 22-20, at 29-20, and then they come back and win. And what strikes me about this game that we've talked about before, this was the Tennessee Titans at their offensive best. Ryan Tannehill was terrific, though he threw the ball only 19 times, and Derrick Henry ran 23 times for 188 yards and 2 touchdowns. So even as the Chiefs had more sacks, they outgained Tennessee 530 yards to 371. The turnovers were even 1-1. The big turnover was the fumble return for a touchdown.
Yeah.
That really changed the tenor of the game. Without that fumble return, Kansas City wins the game probably easily.
Yeah, I agree. I got to give you a little bit of pushback, Sandy, though, because you said, Tennessee is desperate. They need the game more. And I think that KC was desperate, too. They wanted that game bad because this is the game that Patrick Mahomes came back for. Before this, he was out with the dislocated kneecap. This is his first game
played well.
back.
He was great.
And, he was great. Way over 400 yards throwing. He had to be exact, 446 yards throwing. On there was 50 attempts, completed 36
out of 50.
Out of 50. So played outstanding.
He was great.
Obviously, the way I just look at it is, I remember hearing about this game, and I remember the morning of it, and you're just expecting him to be inactive, and it's like, whoa, he's playing? When they said that, yeah, he's active, he's ready to go. So I think he wanted to get back out there, wanted to see that, prove that he still had it, but desperately wanted to get a win for his team. When I look at this game, Tennessee played outstanding on defense, and there were some flaws, and KC's going to get their points, but earlier in the game, you see the defense when Tannehill fumbles the ball and KC gets the ball after the Titans' first possession, and then that defense to step up, even though they had just gave up 7 points. In a sudden change situation, they step up
Big
now
sequence.
and in a short field, and they're able to stop KC and not allow them in the game. So I thought that was huge. And special teams being special, whether that was when you're punting before the end of the first half and forcing fair catches inside the 5-yard line, or later on in the game where now there's a bad snap and but when guys are snapping the ball, you got to think that when a guy that would have a bad snap, it's because he's probably getting teed off on when he's snapping the ball. So you're able to force a guy to be a little skittish, a little giddy out there into a bad snap late into that game. And then we all know how they lost that football game with the punt, the field goal being blocked, the 52-yard attempt, and Tennessee coming out and being able to block that. So just some huge sequences on special teams in this game for the Tennessee Titans. They got the job done. Ryan Tannehill, You know, it wasn't spectacular all game. It definitely was not. I mean,
he was efficient, though. Aside from the one fumble, it was a flawless game.
Yeah, it looked like it didn't look like an exciting offense at all. But, I mean, you're looking at him only throwing the ball 19 times, completing the ball 13 times. But the 2-minute drill is ran flawlessly at the end of that football game to get into the end zone. So did a heck of a job there. Then coming back and you know, drawing up the play to throw the ball for the 2-point conversion. It's not there. Tannehill now taking it himself, and it looked like throughout this game that when he did run, even though that he had a pretty good day on the ground during this game, because he went for 37 yards on 3 carries, which that's a 12.3 yards per average per carry. But on that 2-point conversion, he just says, you know what? This is the DB. I'm going to run this guy over, and gets in the end zone. He's hit short of the end zone, but powers his way into the end zone and wills his way into the end zone. So
that's my point, though. That there was a desperation about Tennessee in this game that they played with that was different from Kansas City's. Kansas City's in a lousy division. There are no other winning teams. Even though their record going in is 6-3, the loss leaves them at 6-4. They're still in the driver's seat. Tennessee, now remember, we all remember they came into Denver at 2-3, and the Broncos shut them out 16-0. That's when they go to Tannehill. They replace Mariota, and they go to Tannehill. They come back, they win a couple, and they're close games. They beat the Chargers and the Bucs by 3 and 4 points. But then they go to Carolina, and Carolina's a bad team, and they get crushed 30-20, and they're 4-5. Nobody thinks they're going anywhere, even with Tannehill. Tannehill's given them some good performances, but they're 4-5, and they're playing the Chiefs. At home, they're a 5-point underdog. They have to have this game, and it triggers a 4-game winning streak. Then they're able to lose a couple to Houston and New Orleans, but win at Houston the final day of the season and scratch their way into the playoffs. But they had to have that game, and they had come off a loss, probably as bad a game as they played all year. Even during the 2-4 start, even the 16-0 loss at Denver. Carolina was bad last year. Carolina was worse than the Broncos were. And Carolina kills them. So there's that desperation. And again, I think as we conclude this series, that's what we have to think about, right? To beat the Chiefs, you have to play both with poise and with desperation.
Yeah. And poise, desperation, you got to find a way to minimize your penalties as well. You know, those 3 things, you have a chance. And yeah, exactly what you said, Sandy. When you do look at it, and it's all up in the air. You're a 4-5 football team. What are you going to be? What are we going to just tank the rest of the year? Or are we going to fold? And I think that this game was a springboard for KC or for Tennessee, as far as, you know, hey, you know, that was the wake up moment. Hey, we do have a decent football team. If we play together and we play together for 60 minutes and we find a way to play with poise and we go out there and we can minimize our penalties, you know, we have a chance. And Tennessee had to overcome a lot on offense, Sandy. I mean, you look at Tyler Lewan, you know, unnecessary roughness, holding calls. I think he had like
they had some penalties. Kansas City had 9, but but Tennessee had penalties.
Yeah, I think this was the game that Tyler Lewan went on his rant with the media after the game, where he gets mad and he's frustrated. He's like, hey, let me address this right now. You know, I'm killing a team by doing these things. And he cuts his wrestling promo, basically, that he's going to fix it, right? But you got – when you play against KC – you got to find a way to, you know, take away. It's exactly what I said the last couple of weeks, Sandy. You have to find a way to be successful when you do rush 4 people. And a large part of why KC was successful is because they still had Cam Irvin out there at the left tackle position. KC was without Eric Fisher in this game, and Cam Irvin just absolutely stunk up the place the whole game. And Tennessee knew that, hey, we could attack this guy and we could be really successful. And you see later on in the game, I mean, man, I thought the literally there was a couple plays. We talk about that fumble. That was huge, you know, with Tennessee returning that for a touchdown. but also the play when there's about 4 minutes left, or no, there's a little bit less than 4 minutes left, and Patrick Mahomes is a 3rd and 3, and they choose not to run the football in that situation. They want to get a quick pass out, throw it out to the right, and it's not there. So now Patrick Mahomes has to scramble to the right and ends up throwing the ball in the dirt, or ends up sliding. Not throwing the ball. He slides. He slides in bounds to keep the clock running, and then after that, you got to go kick the field goal, but the field goal is bobbled at that point. You get the intentional grounding, and it was just, Tennessee got so lucky in both of those situations, I feel like, because Patrick Mahomes is so good with that, with getting the ball out of his hand on those quick read situations where Tennessee was able to cover it up and only rush 4, but create pressure where now he has to slide. And now the play clock for the next play starts immediately at that point, and then the bobble snaps. So there was a ton of different things that you saw in order for these guys to be successful. I thought Tennessee played an excellent game. Real quick, it's 11 o'clock. You're listening to KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're the
Got to
master.
just make sure I get that in, Sandy.
You're the
I'm
master.
trying to make sure our
You're
guy
the man
John
now
doesn't
on
get in
this.
trouble, And sometimes we run a little bit late.
Oh, John is back today. John is back. Dylan's been sitting in for John the last few days, and John will just scream at you if you don't do the idea at exactly the top of the hour, which you managed to pull off. I do anticipate. I don't see the text line here, but people are saying, why aren't you talking about Jurrell Casey and his role in this game? Jurrell Casey didn't play.
Yeah.
This was one of the 2 games he missed. He missed the Carolina game that we talked about where they got killed. They really missed him at Carolina the previous week. That was Week 9. And he missed this Week 10 game with Kansas City. So Jurrell Casey did not play in this game. He played in the AFC Championship game and actually played pretty well in that game. But he was not involved in this game. Again, I think you have to hope that Kansas City is committing 9, 10, 11, 12 penalties to stay in the game with them. You need the big rushing performance. You don't need a spectacular quarterbacking effort, but you can't have mistakes. He didn't throw any picks. He fumbled the ball away once and lost it. But that was the only mistake Tennessee made. And if you get up against the Chiefs, unless it's really a sloppy game and there are 8 or 9 turnovers, and maybe the turnovers don't mean that much, this was the game where Tennessee is saying, we found a way to win. We were 9 points down. We scored the winning touchdown in the last minute. They still had a chance, but we stopped them and forced them to attempt a long field goal. And it just, to me, is an example. Tennessee did everything right in this game, and they still were down 9 points late in the game. And it's even playing at home, really hard to beat the Chiefs. And this was such a confidence booster for them. They were, after this game and afterwards, they were, other than Kansas City, the best team in the American Football Conference for the rest of the year.
Yeah,
Tennessee was number 2 behind Kansas City.
They went up and they just what was impressive with Tennessee last year is I really believe that they adopted a philosophy that we did in 2011, Sandy, where hey, we're going to have a good running game. We're going to be successful in the run game. We know everybody in this league knows that we're trying to get Derrick Henry going. And if Tannehill has to scramble a little bit in the course of a game, so be it. We're not going to go out there and throw the ball 40 times and say, hey, we're going to win on the right arm of Tannehill. We're going to make sure that it doesn't matter who they put in the box, that we're going to get it done in the run game. And, that was a huge addition for them this offseason, or last offseason, was Roger Saffold, bringing him there in Tennessee. Yep. He helped shore up the interior of that line. And they had arguably the best right tackle in the league in Conklin playing right tackle for them as well that year. But now you mix in that with Derrick Henry, a guy that just absolutely gets after it, and they were going to be successful. It didn't matter if there was 8 guys in the box. It didn't matter if there was 9 guys in the box, which they never saw 9, but they saw 8 a lot last year. And the reason why they never saw 9 is because a lot of teams were a little bit more scared Tannehill throwing the ball than teams were scared of Tim Tebow back when I was playing in 2011. But at the same time, your defense has to step up. When they know that, hey, we're a running football team, that we're probably not going to go out there and score 35, 45 points in a game and just absolutely blow it up, the defense now has to play sound. And that's what this defense did do. And I think that when you truly look at it, this was one of the games where I think it was like that moment where the music, the lights get all bright and the music starts playing for the defense, where it's like, oh yeah, we have something here, especially when they were able to find a way to beat Patrick Mahomes and that high-powered offense, because that's an offense that easily could go for 50 points if you're not careful. And yeah, they scored 32 points, and you're thinking, hey, you scored 32 points in the NFL, you'll win. But the defense also was able to create a turnover, create some points as well. And, special teams, and they were able to be successful. And the field goal, the block units, they were able to be successful. So it was just a well-rounded game by the Tennessee Titans.
Offensively, defensively, special teams.
Yeah.
And Kansas City has good special teams. And Kansas City's defense had them shut out through the first quarter. So the 35 points, listen, 28 of them came in the second quarter and the fourth quarter. They were pretty quiet the first and third quarters with only 7 points in those two quarters, but 28 in quarters 2 and 4. Did you see the time of possession stat? This is another counterintuitive thing. Kansas City had the ball for 38 minutes. Tennessee for 22. And Tennessee did that's 35 points in 22 minutes of possession time. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not
exactly.
bad.
You're going to be all right in a situation like that when you're able to hold on to that ball. And a lot of teams, Sandy, right? When you run the football, you're typically going to have better possessions. But you also have to be successful in running the football. And Derrick Henry, 188 yards, 8.2 yards a carry, that type of average, you're being successful. 2 touchdowns, you're definitely being successful. So now you could take your time and get to the next play when you're having that run game go on out during that day like that.
Well, we've enjoyed this series, and very quickly, I've kind of outlined what I've taken out of looking at these games. Of course, they're all Kansas City losses because we're looking for ways in which teams have been able in 2018 and 2019 to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And a lot is required, but to me, the thing that jumps out the most, you really have to play as aggressively as possible because they're going to be aggressive, even times excessively aggressive. But with Mahomes, playing aggressively really works. And you have to match that. It's matching their intensity and all that. Okay, but you have to be as aggressive and more desperate. Not as desperate, more desperate. You have to be aggressive, and you have to be more aggressive than they are, and you can't make big mistakes. And even then, if you beat them, a lot of times it's going to happen in the last minute, 2 minutes, 3, 4 minutes of the game. So you get, the Broncos have had a couple of games in recent years where they've had Kansas City on the ropes and have let them get away during this 9-game losing streak. So those are the things that I think of. What are your takeaways? You got
to be absolutely flawless at the end of games in order to beat Kansas City.
Agreed.
And when the Broncos had their opportunities, we look back at that night game with Case Keenum. Well, I mean, literally 3 inches, down, and that's a touchdown. You win that football game.
Yep.
And that's the difference where, you look at this game and KC finally got the end of the stick where they weren't flawless at the end of the game.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes, not being able to get the ball out of his hands quickly on that 3rd and 3. And now he has to slide and trying to keep the clock running. But then after that, now you see the bobble snap on the extra point. But then Tannehill goes down and absolutely shreds the defense, right? And then KC gets back the ball, and they get in field goal range, and you got the big bomb to Tyreek Hill, and you're just like, here you go again. KC's about to pull this thing off. But then now Tennessee is able to step up, hold them, and not give up another big play where now they're kicking a really long field goal. And I think a large part of them missing that 52-yard field goal is because of the bobble snap before. Because the kicker, it's a transition. You see that ball kick, you're running, you're ready to go, and you're firing that leg. Now, when you see the bobbled snap, the play before on the field goal before, now you're hesitant because you're like, are they going to bobble the snap again? And you're not just literally going as soon as you see that hand flinch or whatever the case may be with the holder, right? So now you're taking a little bit of an extra second, which is allowing that outside rusher on the defense to get back there to put his hands up for the block.
Well, that's the end of our series, and we will move on. But we've enjoyed it, and your reactions, of course. And I say this again. The Broncos play 3 of their 16 games this year against the Titans and the Chiefs. The Titans on opening night, the Chiefs at home in Week 7, and then later on in the season during that 4 or 5 game stretch. It's really tough after the bye week for the Denver Broncos. And to make the playoffs, I think they have to beat the Chiefs once.
Yeah.
To make the playoffs.
Yeah,
I think they're going to have to get at least 3 wins, maybe 4 out of the AFC West, and that means beating Kansas City at least the one time.
Yeah, to punch your ticket for sure. You know, you're thinking that. I mean, there's other things that could happen theoretically for you to make the playoffs. Absolutely. I mean, you could be a 9-7 team and drop two games to Kansas City and possibly have a chance in the wild card. But if you really want to turn that, possibly have a chance to, you're going to punch your ticket to the postseason, you're going to have to find a way to squeak one away from Kansas City.
9 games in a row lost to the Chiefs. You were part of a Bronco team that for years you had that kind of dominance over the Chiefs when you were playing here in Denver from 2011 through 2014. You lost the one home game to Kansas City. I don't think you ever played on a Bronco team that lost in Kansas City, right? You always beat them in Kansas City when you were here.
I think, I remember 2011, at the end, the last game of the season, we lost to Kansas City. And
at home.
That was here.
7-3.
I remember that.
Yeah.
But
never
I
in Kansas
don't
City,
remember.
Never at Arrowhead.
I don't even remember losing ever again to them, to be honest,
no, you didn't.
when I was
no,
here.
No, that was the one game you lost
okay.
at home.
Yeah.
You beat them every other time. So it's kind of the same thing. If you look at the last 5 years, the Broncos were 1-9 against the Chiefs, and you were similarly dominant over the Chiefs while you were playing there. I'm just trying to pump you up a little bit.
Trust me.
You of all people can't understand what's so tough about beating the Chiefs because you beat them all the time. Your teams beat them all the time.
Until I left here, and then we
and
lost
then
to them all the time
too. There it is. That's why you're the all-decade tackle, along with Ryan Clady in Denver for the 2010s, which you were talking about earlier. And I want to get quickly back to that point, but first remind people that this year for our Father Mo's Best contest, Brandon Stokley is looking to hook up one lucky dad with the gift of not having to mow at all. Stokes' ultimate prize will include a new synthetic turf. This is a big deal, as you explained yesterday, installed by ProGreen, plus a free foursome from Aurora Golf. To nominate your dad, all you have to do is send Stoke a 30-second video on the best advice your dad ever gave you. Register at 1043thefan.com/dad. But I wanted to get back to the defense because in the last 5 years, in terms of efficiency on defense, the Broncos have been first, 10th, 5th, and 13th in the NFL. Outside of the top 10, only one of those years. We mentioned that they haven't been a top 10 offensive team since you were here in 2014, 25th, 28th, 31st, 14th, and 26th these last few years. And on the defense, here's what Aaron Schatz of ESPN Plus says. It was terrible in 2010. That's true. But the first seeds of the next great Denver defense are planted the following year when the Broncos took Von Miller second overall. By 2012, Denver had what you might call a transitory great defense. Last full year of Champ Bailey, joined in the secondary by second-year cornerback Chris Harris Jr. The Broncos defense took a step back in 2013. Then the no-fly zone fully emerged in 2014. That was also the year that the Broncos brought in DeMarcus Ware to rush the passer opposite Miller. Bronco defense was the best in the league in 15 and 16 and has been above average in the years since, but the rest of the players around Miller have all turned over. Harris in Los Angeles. The Broncos added Boye to replace him, brought in Jarrell Casey. They got Bradley Chubb back, of course, after he missed most of last year. Combine that with the fact that the Broncos are tied for last in the league in takeaways per drive last season. That was a big issue. We don't talk about that very much. We should. Last in the league in takeaways per drive last season. A stat likely to regress to the mean. That's one of those stats we were talking about yesterday, the close games, right?
Yeah.
Which a lot of the times are just random chance. And you can, if you're 2-7 one year, you might be 7-2 the next year.
Also, the Broncos need to play with the lead, though, too, right, to help out that stat as well.
Right.
When you're playing with the lead and teams are forced to throw the ball and you're strictly in pass rush mode, you're going to get some turnovers. You're going to get some takeaways. So
you've got to expect a top 10 defense this year. That's the bottom line. They've got to be a top 10 defense. Efficiency, fewest points given up. It's got to be a top 10 defense if the Broncos are going to be a playoff team.
Yeah, sitting right there, 13 last year. Bradley Chubb missing a lot of that season.
Right.
With the injuries that you had at the cornerback position, Bosby getting hurt. I truly think that, another year under A.J. Johnson's belt. I mean, what's he going to be this year? And, I know that I've never been excited about A.J. Johnson on the third down and covering skills, but, man, I'm truly excited about this guy as a run stopper, and putting them another year with Todd Davis. I mean, these guys are real candidates that could both finish the season, and they both are right around 100 tackles, with the way that they play and the downhill and the instincts that they have. So, I think that it has to be a top 10, but I think that it's a possibility that they could actually get there, and when you look at things and you say, oh, it has to be this, and sometimes you're just blowing smoke, right? And you're just talking out the side of your mouth with situations like that. But with Vic Fangio, with Ed Donatel, and with what I saw them do with this defense last year, where I was like, man, these guys are going to be in trouble. Josie Jewell, Todd Davis, and those were supposed to be the penciled in, the inside linebackers. And then, we had some real questions of Kareem Jackson and him making that transition to DB full-time, because the year before, he was playing DB primarily in Houston, but he also was playing a little bit of corner as well, in certain packages. Yeah. So now a year underneath their belt, the defense is not changing. I think they're going to be in really good shape, Sandy. I think they're going to have an opportunity of getting to a top 10 defense.
Timeline 25, we mentioned yesterday, this James Marilat's series on 1043thefan.com. He's taking, over the last 25 years, the big stories in Denver sports. Yesterday, he focused on the year in Denver sports, 2007. And today, he drills down on the best line of the year in Denver sports in 2007. Or the best rant. It wasn't one line. It was a rant. I don't know, John, if you can dig into the archives and find it, but it's the Dan Hawkins rant. Now, there have been some famous lines, as James points out in the piece, in the history of the Broncos. One of the lines I learned when I first got to Denver and spent some time around Tom Jackson. There was Tom Jackson as the Broncos were finally beating the Raiders in 1977 in a game of some consequence. And Tom Jackson telling John Madden, the great John Madden, the head coach of the Raiders at the time, "It's all over, fat man." That was Tom Jackson talking about the Broncos finally beating the Raiders in the regular season and, of course, in the AFC Championship game. And, of course, Pat Bowen's line after the Broncos won the Super Bowl 32 against Green Bay in San Diego in January of 98. This one's for John. Everybody remembers that. And you certainly remember, in 2012, John, saying after the signing of Peyton Manning, there's no plan B. You remember that one, right?
Yep.
And I guess Michael Malone recently telling fans of the visiting team to take the L on their way out of Pepsi Center. Malone was getting tired of a great many fans from opposing teams invading Pepsi Center and making a lot of noise during games. And he was getting fed up with that, and he thought the Nuggets should be drawing big crowds of fans rooting just for the Nuggets. So that was a good line, too. But there's nothing quite like the Dan Hawkins rant. And I'll just quote it, but I can't do it justice by just quoting it. And, John, you do have it? All right. And I'm not even going to quote it now. Let's just listen. This is one of the great rants. And, I don't know if you've ever heard this, but brace yourself. Here's Dan Hawkins in 2007 talking after 1 year at Colorado that wasn't very successful, but he's trying to change the culture. He's trying to say that Colorado football is a big deal, and here he goes.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. Said, we just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. Well, we gave them a week at the start of the semester rather than at the end. But here's my point, okay? It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks? Go play intramurals, brother. Go play intramurals.
It's a classic. It's a classic. I mean, you're laughing. That's 13 years ago. That is my favorite rant of all time in sports, not just in Denver sports, and how he builds up to it, right? He's very calm at the beginning, and then he just goes off. Beautiful.
It's funny. That happened in 2007. You're saying, Sandy?
Yeah, that's right.
What part of 2000?
It's
right
the
before
off
training
season.
camp.
They're getting ready to go to prepare for the season.
Yeah.
It's around July or August, and he's holding a press conference. They're just about to get back in the practice field. Spring break or spring practice is in the rear view mirror.
Yeah.
Right. So and they're coming off his first year in 06, which was not successful. They had some embarrassing losses. They weren't very good. But he's trying to change the culture of the program. And in fairness, the next 2 years are actually pretty good. And Hawkins, during that time, was, I thought, the most interesting character in area sports.
Hey, I love it.
He really was.
I absolutely love it, Sandy. The reason why I was asking that, because 2007 was my freshman year at Miami, and that year we missed the bowl. We missed bowl games. Like we didn't qualify to play in a bowl game, and I remember that we got a ton of time off, Sandy. We got to leave school like in the middle of December when everybody else left, and we got about a month. And our strength and conditioning coach, Andrew Swayze, that everybody loves and everybody goes back and trains with him. Like I'm talking Warren Sapp, Ray Lewis, all these different guys that you're seeing around this guy, this coach. Even A-Rod used to train with him. A-Rod never even went to the University of Miami, but would train at 5 o'clock in the morning with this guy. And I remember when we lost and they said, okay, there's no bowl game. And I remember he had a meeting with the whole team. And this is what he said to us, He said, oh, you guys want to mess around and think that it's okay to miss bowl games here? This is a University of Miami. He said, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to give you all this time off. You guys don't show up till the middle of January. January 15th or whatever the case may be. When everybody shows up back on campus, that's when you guys show up. But you get your mind right because it's going to be the toughest offseason that you ever seen in your life. day one, Sandy, we showed back up. We're doing step-ups, like where you have now weighted step-ups on your back and like how you would back squat, and then now you got to step up on this 18-inch box. My starting rep for day one, haven't done anything in a month. I had to start at 315. I got step-ups for 6. So I have 315 pounds on my back where I'm stepping up on this. I thought I was going to die. And we made sure we never missed a bowl game ever again after that. I tell you that. It was legit the hardest off-season program I've ever been a part of. When I got to the NFL, everything was easy compared to what I had to endure after that 2007 season. So I love that Coach Hawkins just absolutely went off because – yeah, you basically get about a month. It's split up, and it is what it is at the end of the day. But you're there for a reason. You're there to get an education, and you're there to play sports as well. And you're not going to get a lot of time off doing both of those.
He was a great storyteller, and that's one of the great storytelling episodes because he, as I say, builds up to it, as you heard. It talks about the parent calling and complaining. And they used to get 3 weeks, now I get 2. And CU was terrible the year before. Now, CU had been pretty good. Now, I don't know who the parent was. It may have been the parent of a senior who had been around, winning teams and, Big 12 championship teams and went to bowl games and sometimes did okay. I don't know. But his reaction to that, it got played on every national talk show. Television, radio, didn't matter. I mean, that had a real long lifespan. That quote. I mean, and it was probably Hawkins' high point during an otherwise undistinguished coaching career at the University of Colorado. Brian Baldinger. Here's an offensive lineman, going from the NFL Network to sports radio. 104.3 The Fan this morning with Schlereth and Evans, and he had a lot to say, and unlike Colin Cowherd at Fox, he actually talks about offensive line play. That's next. The Fan Match Challenge presented by Michelob Ultra, benefiting Food Bank of the Rockies. It's a week from today, so we only have basically 6 days to get ready for this. June 24th from Highwan Golf Club, Schlereth and Evans versus Orlando and Sandy versus Stokley and Zach versus The Drive with DMac and Tyler. All for a great cause, and we get serious here because this is important. You can donate on behalf of the show you want to win with $1 equaling 4 meals for hungry families here in Colorado. The show raising the most meals will receive 2 mulligans in the match. Please vote for us. We need mulligans. To donate now, head to 1043thefan.com/match. And
did you see the pools out there, Sandy? That the Drive, DMac and Polumbus were leading with as far as who got
big.
Donated the most. And I heard that like DMac's gonna shave his head, or
right.
Like
all this
Tyler's
weird
offering up Super Bowl confetti.
Right.
You know, they're
right.
putting incentives,
right.
And I mean.
Which is dirty pool.
I thought that they thought that they were really good golf players. So why do they need so much help? Why are they going through all these different things?
Not, okay, and I think that's going to be the race for last place between us and those two guys.
Yeah.
I think we can beat those two guys.
Really?
Yeah. Stokely and Zach will be
I was betting
harder
on Zach
because Stokely's really good.
I was betting on
Stokley
Zach.
Can carry Zach.
Oh, man, I was hoping that we could beat Stokley and Zach because he's
I'd
out of
like
town
to,
this week.
but-
He's out of town this week. He's not going to get a chance to golf up there. And
Who's out of town?
Zach's back home this week. He went up in
yeah,
New York,
he stinks.
and I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to practice. So I was hoping that it would be them, you know. But Sandy, I'm going to just continue practicing, you know, trying to get my game better. You know,
just keep making contact, get the ball airborne.
Yeah, that's it.
All.
That's
that's all I'm asking, because you'll probably be a little longer than I am. So as long as you get airborne and you're relatively straight, we'll be taking a lot of your drives. And, of course, it's best ball for the first 9 holes, and it's alternate shot, which scares me a little bit on the back nine. But I think we'll do it all right. You get me within 100 yards, I can hold my own. Within 100 yards. Off the tee, I can outdrive. I think I can outdrive DMac. I can outdrive Zach. I'm not outdriving Evans or Schlereth. I'm not outdriving Stokley for sure. DMac and Polumbus, I think they're vulnerable. And they're desperate, too. I mean, they're talking about changing rules earlier this week. Now they're talking about basically trying to bribe people into donating for them so they can get a couple of mulligans. And, you know, I suspect we won't be playing with them, but there's got to be a supervisor on the course making sure that, you know, it's all on the up and up. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it at make sure everybody's on the up and up.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think,
especially
Sandy, I think
those
we're going to
two
be
guys.
fine. Personally, I think we're going to be fine. I don't think we're going to come in last. Like I said, you know, I'm dedicated to this thing. I'm getting out there. Played 9 yesterday at Broken Tee. Gonna play again this Friday. Gonna hit the driving range. That's why I told my wife I was trying to take the day for Father's Day, and she's not allowing me to take the whole day. So she's giving me 3 hours, a 3-hour span where I'm gonna go and just then I'm gonna hit my driver and my 3-iron. So just to try to get you closer to the hole, get you within 100 yards of that hole.
It's up to you to get us within 100 yards.
I got a couple practice days coming up for sure.
Yeah. And, you know, it'd be nice if you hit a couple of good ones in there, especially on best ball. You know, we'll tell you if you know, if you can knock it close and make a few putts, so much the better. Alternate shot does worry me a little bit because, we'll just leave that alone for now. But our goals are modest, but it's a great cause. We're going to have a lot of fun next week. Highwan is a great golf course, not a good golf course, a great golf course. And I'm going to be playing 9 holes with a Matt Texter up in Fort Morgan, I believe on Saturday. And I don't know if the Mad Texter is good or not. I suspect he's pretty good. It doesn't take a lot to be better than I am. But the Mad Texter informs me this morning. He says we're going to tee off at 3. We're going to play 9 holes, and we'll be done by 4. The Mad Texter may not play well, but he plays fast.
Yeah.
He plays fast, the Mad Texter does. So he says we can play 9 holes in 1 hour.
Man, I played 9 holes yesterday. It took almost 2. But, I mean, we
I mean, 9 holes would normally take closer to 2 hours, but the Mad Texter says, I'm going an hour and a half max.
Yeah, in and out.
Then he calls off the jam. We might be in the middle of the 8th fairway or something like that. But if we've hit the 90-minute mark, he leaves, I suspect. The Mad Texter does. So, I mean, that'll be fun. I'm going to try to play an 18-hole round, too. But I get those 9 holes in. So I'll play 27 holes, and, I'll be on the range several more times because I really haven't done much this year, just so I don't embarrass myself next Wednesday. We look forward to that. Now, Brian Baldinger of the NFL Network came on this morning, old lineman, big ugly on the line. And he was on with Schlereth and Evans this morning, and he is nothing if not old school with respect to the offensive line.
Mark, it's just trench warfare. I mean, teams are realizing that if you're not built strong and deep in the trenches, that you're not going to be successful. You're just not. And so you look at what the Eagles did in their Super Bowl run, how good they were up front. I mean, all pros at, right tackle, right guard, center. I mean, that's where it starts. And you can have all of the flash and all the glamour and all of the, the glitz everywhere else on the team. But if they don't win up front, then it's not going to materialize. And what the 49ers did in the run game last year, I mean, I've been studying that stuff all year, Mark. I mean, all off season. I'm at NFL Films right now. Like, they opened the doors for me, but I'm still studying what Mike McDaniels did in the run game and how they didn't block Luke Kuechly, and they were running right by him. I mean, what they did with their motions, with their movement, what they did to the Packers twice last year, I mean, they carved teams up. Everybody should be studying what the 49ers did because that was an offensive line and a run game that we haven't seen in a long, long time.
Man.
Music to your ears.
It is music to my ears, but at the same time, it's kind of hard to study what the 49ers did because you got a really good play caller in Kyle Shanahan, a part of this tree that has been around for a long period of time that has proven success. And you got a really good running back coach as well. And they have invested in their offensive line. San Francisco 49ers, that is one thing that they have done. They have not taken it lightly. And over the years, even with their quarterback woes before they settled in on Jimmy Garoppolo, they have constantly invested. McGlinchey, first-round picks. Joe Staley, first-round pick, right?
They got Trent Williams.
They went and traded for Trent Williams, was a first-round pick as well. And they also consistently get the guys that fit into their system. They know who their identity was. So all of the guys that they were drafting, they were saying, hey, you know what? This is a zone scheme. This is what we're going to be playing primarily, and that's how we're moving forward. So that's how they evaluated guys. When I look at the Broncos right now, especially last year, trying to be in that zone scheme, but you had so many guys that just didn't fit it. Elijah Wilkinson did not fit that zone scheme. He'd probably tell you different, but he is going to excel in this year's offense. The power scheme, the gaps, where now you can just be as physical as you want, and you're not moving sideways. You're just coming off the ball, low pads, and being able to drive somebody back, or they're going to drive you back. And I think his body style, and when I've watched him play, I think it best suits him. Graham Glasgow, that exact same scheme as well, played it out there in Detroit. So I look at some of these guys, and it's going to be a completely different offense than what you saw San Francisco run as far as that zone scheme. With the zone scheme, you could afford to let guys run by because the running back always could cut it back. Now, This scheme now, it's downhill. It's moving forward. There's not a lot of cutbacks. You're hitting that hole. You're hitting it as fast as possible. You might bounce it out late because safety support is coming down, but you have to make sure that you take care of the defensive linemen and the linebackers, the secondary defenders as well. But where now that's just how you have to play this thing. So, and I wouldn't advise anybody to try to think that, hey, San Francisco, they did such a good job, we could replicate that. Well, they were one of the best in the league, Sandy, last year. You look at they play against Green Bay. Tevin Coleman's the guy that game. Then you go to the next week and you play against the Minnesota Vikings. Then it's Molster is the guy. They have a stable of backs where it's plug and play, and guys are going to be successful in that system where, it's just the same thing as looking at KC and saying, man, we could do that. Just got to draft a couple
that's
people.
What I'm going to ask
we could do that in the passing game for sure. There's going to be no there's going to be no itch. We're just going to go out there, throw it out there, and line up, and we're going to be successful.
Okay,
it's going to
but
take
I'm
a little
asking
bit more.
you. These are the two Super Bowl teams from last year, and Kansas City won, of course. But San Francisco was up after 3 quarters and well into the fourth quarter, still up. Kansas City came back to win. And I know he's not necessarily talking about the Broncos specifically. He's talking league-wide. He's saying everybody's emulating Kansas City. Almost no one is emulating San Francisco. Which should a team like the Broncos be emulating?
I think you
San
go
Francisco or Kansas City? Because you're saying kind of both are unrealistic as far as matching what they do inside of 1 year. But over the long term, should the Broncos, or did the Broncos sort of try with Scangarella last year, the Shanahan model, found it didn't at least suit their personnel very well, so now they're going to a different model. And, of course, Pat Shurmur's coaching history has nothing to do with Shanahan and a lot to do with, let's say Andy Reid, for whom he was an assistant coach.
Yeah, well, we know it's going to look a lot more like Andy Reid's situation because we're going to a West Coast offense. What I think with the Broncos is if you wanted to go to a Shanahan tree, it was going to take time to develop. It wasn't a one-and-done situation. And they moved on. They moved on from Rick Scangarella. With the offensive linemen, with some of the personnel groupings on this team, it was going to take a little longer to be really successful in that tree and that style of offense. With the Broncos now, with how they throw the ball and the draft picks that they went and got, and Drew Lock, his ability with his arm, I think that you're going more. Your offense is going to look a lot more like what KC looks like instead of the San Francisco 49ers. You're going to go out there with 3 wide. You're going to go out there with 1 back. You don't have a full back. KC continues to keep their fullback, but he's just primarily on special teams and only in short yard situations.
Right.
But other than that, he might play 10 total plays all game, and that's including special teams, right?
Including specials.
So offensively, you might only play 2, but the Broncos didn't go and keep their fullback. So you're going to look a lot more like KC, but as far as the style of winning, I truly believe what's more sustainable is the KC model. I mean, you can't just rely on that. I think that the San Francisco 49ers stubbed their toe a little bit. I think that Kyle Shanahan kind of did exactly what you saw him do in the New England game when Atlanta was in the Super Bowl, where you get up to a lead and now you want to go you want your quarterback to become the Super Bowl MVP, where when you look at San Francisco, and I even look at Atlanta when they were in the Super Bowl, your strong suit was your run game. Your run game was always up. It was always rolling. So when you get away from that now and you're saying, you know what, we got this quarterback, we got to make him the Super Bowl MVP, the quarterback ends up making mistakes. And that's what I saw Jimmy Garoppolo do in that Super Bowl. There was free still frames there. You're seeing Jimmy Garoppolo, the ball's still in his hands. It's getting ready to come out of his hands, but his eyes are closed. So you probably should have just stayed with the run game and try to continue to make that go. So
I understand. I just think when you actually break down the plays from those games, he's a little less culpable. First of all, against Atlanta, he's the offensive coordinator. Dan Quinn can tell him at any time. He's not the head coach. Dan Quinn can tell him at any time, hey, run the ball more. Listen, they had penalties. Ryan took sacks. You don't really think that Kyle Shanahan is thinking Jimmy Garoppolo's got to be the MVP. Now, I do
think
buy
he was
that.
trying to make him into one.
I do buy that with Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl against New England. I do buy in, and it's a bit of a conspiracy theory, and I don't like conspiracy theories, but I do buy the idea that they weren't keen necessarily on making Marshawn Lynch the hero, and they wanted Russell Wilson, who was their long-term future, to get his just reward, and that might have compromised their thinking. That I buy into. The Shanahan thing, I don't think Shanahan cared who the MVP was.
Hey, Sandy,
listen,
real quick.
Kansas City was doing that all year last year. San Francisco wasn't the only team that seemed like they were in good shape with a big lead against Kansas City, even in the playoffs. That happened 3 times.
Hey, Sandy, real quick, because I want to get this out there. I want our listeners to know, because we just got confirmation. Gabe Landeskog is going to join us on Friday at 11. He's going to jump on the show. So I want everybody to hear that from us. And also, we got J.D. Walton coming on tomorrow for Traditions at 10. So that'll be good. And talking about Baylor, talking about the days with Peyton and stuff like that. And he played with RG3 and in college. And then he also played with RG3 in Washington as well.
Yep,
so
he did.
We got some exciting things coming up.
As the head coach.
Yeah, we got some exciting things coming up in the next 2 days for sure.
Absolutely. Those are great guests. Here's where I love Baldinger, and we'll use more of Baldinger tomorrow. He was on with Schlereth and Evans this morning, but this is what I like because he agrees with us. Not entirely sure whether he loves what the Broncos did in the draft.
I don't know yet. I mean, I think they're asking Mike Munchak to be a miracle worker right now. I mean, they're going to rebuild from the center to the right side, so there's going to be a lot of new personnel there. I wouldn't have done that. It's not me personally in a draft that was as deep in tackles as we saw. Now, doesn't mean all of them are going to be good, but I would have probably gone in a different direction. KJ Hamler was a nice, shiny, special object that you can do a lot of things with. He's got tremendous speed. You watch him against Michigan, and he won a game against Michigan for Penn State. But I might have gone to the offensive line and continued to build there, and let Mike Munchak do what he does, which is develop players and develop not just players, but develop lines. And I might have done a little, especially if you're going out and getting Melvin Gordon and know what you have right there and the other 2 running backs behind him.
Man, has he been listening to us, Andy?
Yeah, well, he agrees with us. And he agrees with Schlereth and Evans. The 4 morning guys are on the same page, and there's Baldinger agreeing with us. Now, he's an old lineman, but this business that I hear, and I was looking on YouTube yesterday and came across another guy who's doing predictions for the 32 teams, and I can't even remember what organization he belongs to. But he's like Coward. He has the Broncos going 12-4, never once. And he does like a 3 or 4 minute, 5 minute analysis. Never once does he mention offensive line, or even that, as Baldinger said, we're asking Mike Munchak to be a coaching miracle worker.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Did you have to go out there and reach and trade back up in the first round for an offensive tackle? No. Did you even have to go in the second round and get one? No. At some point, though, you should have addressed that position and said, you know what? Hey, you know what? We're going to get an offensive tackle. I think you got your guard in Mutai. I think he's going to be fine. I think that developing him is a nice course. But the thing is, too, if you do develop Mutai, right, what happens? Because Glasgow just signed for 4 years. So he's going to be the next 4 years. Mutai is going to be here for 4 years as well. Cushenberry just is signing for a 4-year deal, 3rd-round pick, right? So now Dalton Reiser's going in his 2nd year, and we're hoping that the Broncos won't drop the ball on Dalton Reiser, that, hey, he's a Bronco for a long time to come, right? So where does he play? The guard that you drafted, where is he going to play? Because he's strictly a guard. He's not going to play tackle in this league. So I would have just liked to see at some point the Broncos said, hey, you know what? We're going to take a tackle, and he might be 2 years from starting right now, but we're going to start developing a guy right now because when you look at Mike Munchak and you look at his track record and what he's done, Villanueva out there, left tackle, all-pro left tackle. He was a tight end in college, but he was able to be developed and given the chance to be developed. I look at Kelvin Beachum, and he was a late-round pick as well, right? And his body frame, it looks like he could just play guard, but, somehow this guy that looks like a guard has really good feet out there at tackle, but was allowed the opportunity to develop. So I just wanted to see at some point them get somebody for the future, whether he was and that's not me saying, hey, you had to reach or you had to take one in the first 2 rounds or even the first 3 rounds. I just wanted to see somebody that it was a project. We just got a project guy here, but we're going to see what Mike Munchak could do. We're going to see what that Mike Munchak bump does over the next couple of years with this guy.
Yeah, well, he is. I don't know about working miracles. That might be overstating things a little bit. But at least at the 2 tackle spots, boy, he better coach up a storm and get more than anyone else has ever gotten out of not only Garrett Bowles, but Juwan James, too. Yeah. He's going to have to get more out of James than anybody has gotten.
Oh, in his career, yes, absolutely.
Right. And we know with Bowles, and you've said innumerable times, and you're the expert on this, you're saying Bowles has had some good coaching here in Denver. Maybe not a Mike Munchak until last year, but he's been coached by good people, and it's not worked out at all. Again, tomorrow, Traditions at 10 with J.D. Walton, the former Bronco, and I'm looking forward. Gabe Landeskog is my hero, by the way. He'll be joining us at 11 o'clock on Friday. I'm reading from our friend Ryan Halloran in the Denver Post this morning that Landeskog, during this coronavirus pandemic, has read 9 or 10 books, spent months of quality time with his wife and young daughter, and also found ice time in your old stomping grounds, Toronto, to train.
Yeah.
He's done all that. I must say, I love to read. I have not read 9 or 10 books. So he in the last 3 months. So he is my hero. We look forward to that on Friday. Oh, great job today. Thank you.
Hey, Sandy, had a blast today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And we will pass along the same wishes for all of you, starting with listening next to Stokley and Zach on Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan.